Are we live? I don't know. Stop now. Oh, I couldn't stop it. Couldn't get it to stop. What's going on? So has anybody seen Proof of Life on old Mr. Netanyahu? I've seen like a couple of videos, a couple of tweets. Well, I suppose we still call them tweets on X. I don't know what you call them nowadays. They must be still tweets, aren't they? It's only me and you here, Spike. Yeah. And all the fake videos. You got a cooking neck, Azar. Have you seen the one of Netanyahu with 6 fingers? And all of a sudden his teeth disappear. They put that out as proof of life. What's going on? Is that the right screen? I think it's the right screen. Do I watch that? This was one. It's obviously all in Arabic. Why does Netanyahu have 6 fingers in his latest speech video? Has BB been unalived?
בשילוב זרועות חסר תקדים בין ישראל וארצות הברית, השגנו הישגים עצומים. הישגים שמשנים את מאזן הכוחות במזרח התיכון.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fingers. But if you also look at his mouth, his teeth appear and disappear. And it ain't like he's got his tongue over his teeth. There you got a full mouth of teeth.
מאזן הכוחות במזרח התיכון.
Or half a mouth of teeth.
איומים עולים ואיומים יורדים.
We had all that on the October the 7th videos, didn't we? Yeah, but you have a look at the next photographs in a minute, Spike. It's mad. I don't know if you can see up the top of the screen. See up the top of the screen, right up here, look. Can you see that? It's like his mouth end's there, but his teeth end there. So where's his teeth gone? We had all this and when we were going, oi, Blunt. Yeah, I mean, Blunt was here. We was going through the artifacts. I can't remember, mate, his name again now. I've got him on Rumble. And he's on YouTube as well. Well, it's supposed to be proof of life freedom. It's supposed to say that he's alive. But there's loads of stuff. You know, they put posts out of him shaking a load of IDF girls' hands, dated March the 14th. But then there was the next picture, which was March the 14th, 7 years ago, I think it was. It was like mad. But that was put out on his own channel, that was. On his own Twitter channel. So last time we were seen in public, last time we were seen in public was 2nd of March. When they went to be at Sheemish, which is where the radar stations was. That was his last appearance. If it was definitely him. Mate, this was a funny video. So it says there, time in Tel Aviv is 10:26 a.m. For the over 24 hours. There has been intense speculation that Netanyahu has been killed in an Iranian strike. His son Yair has not posted on X for days after a clearly AI video of him that has been debunked. It is telling that the Israel authorities have done nothing to try to stop this speculation, even when they're at war. Let's go to... Hey up, freedom. Netanyahu. I'm supposed to search in my saved messages, you prat. Why not search it in my search? No, this is it.
תודה. מה שאלת אותי?
ראש הממשלה אומרים ברשת שאתה בכלל מת?
אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות?
אתה יכול להראות לנו?
פה. פה. ראית?
יפה מאוד.
לחיים.
ראש הממשלה מסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים?
לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה.
So I'm supposed to be in. But when you look at it, how didn't he spill his drink?
תודה. מה שאלת אותי?
ראש הממשלה אומרים ברשת שאתה בכלל מת?
אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי.
There, it's teetering, it's teetering.
רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות?
אתה יכול להראות?
He's saying he's only got 5 fingers. He ain't a starseed, but I reckon he's brown bread. But there's loads of things going on with this video.
פה. פה. ראית?
He's a lot skinnier. It's definitely very orange.
מאוד.
לחיים.
ראש הממשלה מסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים?
לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה, נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים שאני לא יכול לשתף ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד, גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי להמשיך? אני אומר לכולכם, גם אתם תמשיכו. תמשיכו להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, כל הזמן, להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, וגם לראשי הערים, להיות תמיד ליד מרחב מוגן. ואנחנו נקל ככל שהדבר ניתן. ותודה לך על הקפה, הוא מצוין.
You got a mate in the background with glasses on and a bloody, what's it called?
לא יודע לגבי הקלוריות, זה נראה לי
And there's nothing on the screen.
מסוכן מאוד. תודה. מה שאלת אותי?
ראש הממשלה אומרים ברשת שאתה בכלל מת?
אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות?
אתה יכול להראות לנו?
פה. פה. ראית?
יפה מאוד.
לחיים.
ראש הממשלה מסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים?
לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה.
I'm just looking at his pocket. I'm going to turn him down. I was looking at his pocket because there's something supposed to be going on with his pocket as well. Where he takes his hand out of his pocket. Yeah, that's right, Blunt. I'm not sure whether the next clip they take it all to pieces.
גם אתם תמשיכו. תמשיכו להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, כל הזמן, להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, וגם לראשי הערים, להיות תמיד ליד מרחב מוגן. אנחנו נקל ככל שהדבר ניתן. ותודה לך על הקפה, הוא מצוין. אני לא יודע לגבי הקלוריות, זה נראה לי מסוכן.
Hey up, Smiler. £10 says you don't start your next live with that boom boom Tel Aviv internet hit. What's that? Well, it doesn't spill, does it, Strictly? He takes a massive sip. He's just had it made. He takes a massive sip. Well, anybody knows you go to one of them and you get a cup, you know it's red hot. Bloody hell, you got to have a listen to it. Right, I'll find it. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv, internet hit. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Is it a young boy, is it? Because I might have already played it before. Boom, boom, Boom Beat by Lucas Cage. It's on Spotify. I ain't got Spotify though. Yeah, I've already played this. Now, let me swap screens.
But now you're getting hit. Iranian missiles have your entire skyline lit, and you cry victim and say you didn't start this. But the whole world sees that your lies are retarded. Now you feel terror like the Palestinians. How does it feel to have bombs drop on your civilians? Yo, you could avoid all this if you wanted to, but humanity never expected good behavior from you Jews.
Boom, 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 you're dead. Your evil deeds.
It's your time to bleed.
No one believed they would strike so deep, not Tel Aviv. But in the dead of night, with no warning, the skies lit up. The world watched in celebration as the Iron Dome cracked. And in that moment, the balance of power began to shift.
Oh no, we don't play that. Can't give him airtime. There, Mucker, that was made when the 12-Day War. That was during the 12-Day War, back in June, that was. They don't copyright me for it, they just it just made me mute it. Got to share the other screen now. I don't know what this one does. What did that say? God, it's a bit quick, isn't it? After Benjamin Netanyahu posted a video showing he is not unalived, people are now speculating about why his coffee, which was filled to the brim, I'm guessing it says doesn't spill. Now, how does that not spill? God, if I brought that in from the kitchen, it'd guarantee it'd be all over the kitchen floor, wouldn't it? Then it takes a massive slurp, but then when you look at the cup, it's like Teetering again. Yeah. You know, is the foam just not, is it just that the foam ain't going to spill out? I don't know. But you see him squeezing the cup. The cup actually squeezes. Now, how is he holding the cup like that? What's with the fingers? We know that AI can't get fingers right. What's with the spider hands? What's going on with those spider hands? Is he? I don't know. What's the next one? No, that's the pocket. That's what I was trying to look at just now. So you've got weird stuff going on with the pocket. No, he didn't even get a coffee lip. And they've just literally made it and put it down there. Well, we didn't actually. Did we actually see whether they actually put it there? No, it's just presented. No, it's there. You don't see him put it there. Helium free, isn't it? But he doesn't even get a coffee lip.
אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות?
אתה יכול להראות לנו?
ראית? לחיים.
של המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים.
It takes a massive to get gold. He must have a mouth of asbestos.
העמידה שלכם היא מדהימה. נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים שאני לא יכול לשתף ברגע זה, אבל
I know, mucker. It's been going off all day. I did a live at lunchtime ripping Keir Starmer. Yeah, they're on their, is it 57th or 58th wave of missiles from Iran now? Every day. Every day they're bombing. 2 drones targeted the US embassy in Baghdad. So notifications just come through. The target in Baghdad now. That's alien fingers. That's the weird pocket thing going on. And they're flappy.
אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות?
אתה יכול להראות לנו?
ראית?
יפה מאוד.
לחיים.
משהו של המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים?
לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה, נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה.
Okay. Has he lost the pattern? Did the pattern change. I don't see the problem neither, Blunt. I'd turn it all to sand, I say. Or glass. There. Is that a skinny person with a big rubber mask on, is it? Has it been to Mar-a-Lago? You know, we know what happens in Mar-a-Lago. Has it been and shed loads of weight and shed loads of weight and gone on Donald Trump's tanning booth? Had a spray tan, but his eyes aren't white though, are they? Like Donald Trump, you can see where Donald Trump's got his goggles on and his eyes stay white. Yeah, I know, Blunt. Yeah, it said 78% AI, didn't it? I think another one says he got the Ozempic look. But what's going on? It's definitely not him, is it? It's definitely AI. Big crease across the forehead there. Where's the creases? What's happened to his eyebrows? Has he done a Zara? He's had his eyebrows done. I'm trying to work out whether his eyes are too deep and there's actually a rubber mask. Ooh. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein account appears on TikTok, instantly gains over 1.2 million followers and 4.8 million likes. How is this? Why are all these people liking it? That's Megyn Kelly. She's saying Trump's once said the guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. That's Boris Johnson when Britain scammed Iran for tanks. There you go. This is Wesley Clark. I say about the 7 wars.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld. And about 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld. And one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." I said, "We're going to war with Iraq? Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, "I just got this down from upstairs," meaning the Secretary of Defense office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. I said, is it classified? He said, yes, sir. I said, well, don't show it to me.
Why did the U.S. invade Iraq in 2003? That war came from Netanyahu, actually.
If you take out Saddam, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
And the guy's nothing if not obsessive. And he's still trying to get us to fight Iran this day, this week. He's a deep, dark son of a bitch, sorry to tell you. Because he's gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all of this in the U.S. politics, he's gotten his way.
Yeah, but what happens, Blunt, right? Because, you know, you got Netanyahu, yeah, which is Chabad Lubavitch, yeah, which is the same thing Donald Trump's in, and his family. What's the big lanky Satan called? They call him Satan. Jared. Right, they're all Chabad Lubavitch. And you've got like the Likud party, but it's a coalition government. So yeah, Kushner, Jared Kushner. So it's a coalition government. So if he's brown bread, they haven't announced a new leader. Originally, I mean, when you go through his corruption case, they won't let me play it on here, though. They shut me down last time I tried to play it. When you go through that, he thinks his son, yeah. Yeah, I mean, but is there a deputy to him, is there? Because he thought his son, he thought he was like the king of Israel. And he thought that if he got offed or got brown breaded, he thought that would take over. But it's like, his son, Netanyahu. Like, he posts like 20, 30, 40, 50 times on Twitter. There's a video on there somewhere, I'll find it in a minute. But he hasn't posted for like 10 days. He hasn't posted at all. And he'd been posting like hundreds of messages every single day. And he hadn't put anything up at all. It's strange, it's strange. You know, we know that his missus, that little fucking, his little missus, I can't remember what she's called. She's seriously corrupt. Everybody says that she's actually the one running the country, not Netanyahu. Mrs. Champagne. Well, I reckon so, Steve. I mean, on my place marker, whatever, intro, whatever you want to call it, on my thing, there's a picture of him. Yeah, that's it, Sarah. There's a picture of him being pulled out of a bunker. Now, we know that uranium, what they call Corum missiles, Corum 4s or something. We know that they've been bunker busting because we got videos where they're dragging people out of bunkers and where they've actually gone through the bunkers. But they've also got the other, haven't they? They've got Fatter 4. But they reckon Fatter 4, they reckon that can reach America and can reach UK. They were claiming it was Mach 10, but now somebody's saying it's Mach 15. And it swerves and dodges. Oh, he's not bigging it up like Trump. Well, you know, the day that goes by, the Netanyahu isn't on mainstream telly, is there? You know, what did they want? They wanted they put out a reward, didn't they? Was it £10 million to what's it? Iran's from what's this one? There you go. So you got Netanyahu there, 2 girls and a guy, 10,000 views. This is Israeli Prime Minister 7 years ago. Ugh. '14th of March 2026. So you're telling me those 2 girls there didn't change in 7 years, but yet Netanyahu can change in a matter of days. He can turn orange and go dead skinny in a matter of days. But these 2, they didn't change at all in 7 years. And they're putting it out on his page. He's wearing the same clothes from 7 years ago. Well, I did follow his plane around, chicks. I followed his plane around, and when it landed in Berlin, I followed it. So these are all the differences. So you've got the coffee don't spill. Him with the weird glasses and his face mask on. Their heads disappear. Where did the heads go? Why did the heads disappear? Oh, what's going on with that? New AI where his ring vanishes. No. Can't read the date. It's 1456. How does that happen? Is it jelly? Bingo. They're gaslighting us with all these AI videos. Yeah. Trump threatens NATO and pressurizes China, help open Hormuz or face consequences. Trump to FT. If there's no reason, if there's no response, or if it's a negative response, I think it will be very bad for the future of NATO. He wants Euro minesweepers and commandos to help clear Hormuz. He's also pressing China to act before late March summit with Xi and said the trip may be delayed if Beijing doesn't cooperate. China gets 90% of its oil from the Straits. I think China should help too. The war was never just about nukes or regime change. Now Trump is trying to spread the cost. NATO gets ultimatum. China gets a deadline. Well, China's already spoke to Iran directly. Now, China got passage for 3 ships, but they had to give 4 ships back to Iran. Because apparently they had 4 ships, so they had to give them back to Iran. So they got them ships back from China and let 3 ships go through the Strait of Hormuz. Who's the other country that's got a flag very similar to the Palestinian flag? Because their ships are allowed to free pass. I've showed that on here before. Their ships are getting through. Yeah, is it Jordan? That's Dubai International Airport. We're short-staffed for the Strait of Hormuz. Damn, that's crazy. Good luck, though. We could use some extra help. Yeah, I bet. Good luck, man. Trump's coalition to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Japan, no. Australia, no, mate. I barely have 2 weeks of fuel. Britain, no, I don't have much of a navy anymore, but I like to pretend I do. There's more rockets into Baghdad. Oh, this was funny. I played this earlier.
Row, row, row your boat gently down. Merrily, 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 merrily.
Row, row your boat gently down the street. Row, row your boat.
Hey up.
Hey, what's happening there, Smiler?
Good, good, good. Did you see this video earlier?
Which one? The one you were showing about Netanyahu? No. This one here? No.
Help me out.
I got to tell you, though, there is a guy. I actually have a couple of videos posted of him. He wears a full-face Trump mask. He's there 7 days a week from, like, I don't know, 2 in the afternoon till 7 o'clock at night. Stands in front of Trump Tower.
Yeah.
And he goes out in the middle of Fifth Avenue and directs traffic. And he's dressed just like Trump. He wears the same colored suit. He's about the same height. He's about the same weight.
Yeah. He waves at the traffic as well, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, the guy's got to be pulling in $1,000 a day. There's tourists everywhere. He charges $10 for a selfie with them. He's pulling in, yeah, I'm serious. I'm on a first-name basis with the guy. I haven't gone by in a while to ask him to do like he danced for me and like Trump and everything. It's fucking hilarious, man.
What did I see yesterday? The massive protests in New York yesterday, wasn't there?
You know, I haven't been to a protest now for about a month.
Right.
You know, I was talking about going back over there and helping, not actually protesting, but helping the team of cyclists that block the intersections when it's a walking protest, which most of them are. I don't know, man. I'm like, I don't even know what's going on anymore. All these AI videos. It's
mad.
What I do know is this, is that for Trump to go into Iran with no plan to keep that Strait of Hormuz open is like, what the hell is he doing? To ask our NATO allies to do that for us, if I was our allies, I'd say, go fuck yourselves. No way. No way. You went in there.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, he went in there with no plan, right? basically, they kept pushing, right? And I played messages before it all happened. I played messages. I played. America has said, "You go in first, Netanyahu. You go in first." Yeah. So Netanyahu goes in first, and then Trump backs him up, right? Well, I mean, Netanyahu's waited, what was it, 47 years for this to happen, right? Trump predicted it 40 years, right? So they had no clear plan. Now, 3 times the Strait of Hormuz has been shut. I mean, originally back in 88, I think it was 88.
Yeah, well, how much you want to bet America already has boots on the ground in that Carg Island, whatever it's called,
Yeah.
where they bombed the military facilities. They didn't bomb the oil facilities, just the military facilities. That was those 5,000 Marines that came over from Japan late last week. That's where they are right now. They're on that island holding it. Trust me on that.
Yeah, Japan was waving them goodbye. Thank you. Our children, our daughters aren't getting raped anymore. Japan was waving them off, you know.
Now what Trump is trying to do through his FCC chairman is he's trying to prevent the media or stop the media from reporting on situations like such as if we get an attack on one of our embassies with a drone. He doesn't want that reported.
I know. And anybody that reports it is now is committing treason.
Can you imagine that? They're not committing treason, but in his mind, they are.
No, in his mind, it's treason. You're committing treason. If you put up negative things about me and you put up negative things about it or about Israel, then you're committing treason. Well, and I'm going to have you arrested.
For him, when he says negative things, he means if you report the truth.
Yeah, I mean, there was I can't remember what reporter she was now last night. She was on the plane and she says to him, oh, hang on, I've got to think what she's saying now. Oh, can you tell me what's the airbase that all the unalived Americans come in their coffins with a flag draped?
Andrews?
Yeah, Andrews. So can you tell me, Mr. Trump, Andrews Air Base, you had your baseball cap on and you did a couple of photographs in front of the coffin. Why is your administration now selling those photographs, raising money for you? You're fake news. You're fake news. You should be you more or less said that you should be dead.
He'll say something to them like, you're a very nasty person.
Yeah,
especially if it's a woman reporter.
Yeah.
No, this is what he's done throughout his tenure of this time and also the first time when he was in office, right? This is what he does. So I just came from an American chat where it was, it's a politics show and it's dominated by MAGA morons. It's just unbelievable with these people. The excuses that they make, the justifications, they can't spell English, they can't write English grammatically correctly. It's just, it's a shit show. It really is.
So in this video, I'll play it in a minute, but I don't think you can hear him very well. It's just because the engine's so loud. President and Commander-in-Chief of the US Armed Forces, Donald Trump, is gradually starting to backtrack and say that it's the task of other countries to unblock the Strait of Hormuz. The US shouldn't have been there because they supposedly have plenty of oil anyway. Well, hang on a minute. The only person that wanted you to be there was Netanyahu. Nobody else wanted you to be there.
Well,
you fucked up in a big way because you should have taken the 12-day war on board, and gone, well, hang on a minute, for 12 days they've been pummeling Tel Aviv. They said, if you attack us, we're going to attack every single American military base in every country around the Middle East. And that's what they did. That's what they did. And they're still doing it. And they're still taking them out.
Yeah, well, at this point, from what I can see and believe, the reports that I'm seeing, I think that it's a stalemate. I don't see either side as winning. Yes, America's done a lot of destruction with bombs from the air, but Iran still has rockets and drones, and they're still using them, and they're
But
getting
they're
through.
bringing out. They're bringing out.
They were successful in taking down the Iron Dome in Israel, were they not?
Yeah.
So,
Well, they've taken out the Iron Dome. They've taken out THAAD. They've taken out Patriot. What's this? Guam, right? Guam, South Korea, right? I was watching one of the planes. You and Max was on here, right? And I was like, why are they flying to Guam? And then the next day, I figured out why they were flying to Guam, or somebody else figured out why they were flying to Guam. It was because they needed to go over and get the THAAD. Because all the satellite systems have been taken out in Israel and around the Middle East, they needed THAAD and another missile system, another early warning system. Yeah. So at the moment, they've been having their planes circling, like Tel Aviv, 3 planes, circling as the early warning system. Because the IDF put out a message saying they couldn't guarantee from when the bombs land to how long it's going to be before we notify you that you need to be in an air raid shelter. Yeah. And then, did you see that video where there's some Christians that have gone down in the air raid shelter, and you've got the Jewish guy standing there going, this is private property, this is private property, get out, this is private property. And they're trying to push past him, and he won't let them down there because they're Christians and he's a Jew.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Something else that leads me to believe that we have Marines on Carg Island, and that we're going to take it a step further. Trump is fully intending on putting boots on the ground, is we have A-10 aircraft over there. And the A-10 is what they use, not one of the main weapons, plane-wise anyway, that they use for to help the ground troops when they get in trouble, when they start getting overwhelmed. Those A-10s come in, they fly really low. They got 30 caliber machine guns that shoot like 70 rounds per second. Literally, I'm not kidding you. And whatever bombs that they're carrying, that's for troop support. You don't bring those planes over there unless you have boots on the ground. You don't need them.
I've said freedom, I've said satellites don't exist for a long time. Right now, I don't mean satellite domes, I mean radar domes. Right, radars do exist. You got radars on all your boats, and you got land radar as well. So radar will detect stuff coming in.
I don't know, the way I see it right now, the way it stands, Trump's going to be putting more boots on the ground, and we'll be in there for at least a year. No, in the coming days and weeks, I may change what I just said, but that's the way it looks right now.
I mean, I can't remember which paper they were taking the mickey out of him. And he's got a big map out in front of him going, I feel a bit less mad. Yeah. There's actually in Antarctica, freedom, there's actually strings, just rows and rows and rows and rows and rows. And it's all supposed to be radar repeaters.
Oh, so JYH, 2 battalions can range anywhere from basically 800 to 1,000 or even more Marines, right?
Yeah,
so
well,
5,000 Marines being dispatched has got to be in the area of 5 to 6 battalions.
Yeah, but all right. So what happened to all the ones they were bugging out of the UAE and bugging out of Bahrain and bugging out of, bugging out of all the Middle Eastern bases. You know, I've got videos of them
Are
being
they-
bugged out.
Are they really bugging out?
Yeah, they're bugging out. I've got videos of them bugging out. I've got videos of empty bases and a drone flying around the empty base and then goes, oh, radar station, boom, I'll have that.
Well, I would think that they're on their way home, but that really wouldn't make sense. You would think you would want to keep them there in that theater.
Well, why drag them? Why drag them? Oh, Max.
Hello.
Why drag
Hey,
them
Max.
from Japan? Right, because now they've dragged them for Japan. Yeah, you've got South Korea, Japan, and you've got Xi Jinping going, you've now got no anti-missile devices, Mr. South Korea. And I've just tested, because they had what did they have, 5.5 on the Richter scale, where he tested a nuke the other day? You know, and Netanyahu, 4.5 on the Richter scale the other day for Israel. They tested one as well.
I think for
underground?
Kim Jong-un, that's a lot of that reasoning for that is to pay attention to him. He feels like he's left out.
What
No,
they do
yeah.
underground testing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, in the Negev desert they did. Israel did one
No, okay.
in the Negev desert. And Xi Jinping, I think he did it sea trials like the UK do. They do, and like America do. They do that sea trial, don't they?
Yeah.
They got a certain piece of sea where they shoot them. But I mean, UK has fired the American missiles. You know, our supposed nuclear bomb. There's no such thing as nuclear bomb, right? All this nuclear bomb talk, nuclear, it's all a load of bollocks. It's all just to scare everybody. Right? It ain't got the radiation that it's supposed to have.
No.
So it's all just, you know, they filmed Hiroshima, yeah? Right, what was it? 200,000 Christians died. It was,
Yeah.
you know, it was American atom bomb or atom bombs, yeah, and it was a Jew that pressed the button, doing straight on top of Christians' heads, right? But how did they manage to get their cameras on tripods to film all these big explosions?
The evidence they show too, like the famous photo of the ladder against a wall, would be the exact reverse image of what they show. Military surveyors that went over after said it looked more like Dresden with yellow scarring,
right,
from phosphorus and other chemicals in the explosives. No, there's no real evidence that Hiroshima or Nagasaki were nuked. And the nuclear fallout was supposed to last thousands of years, but people are living there today.
Yeah, they're living there. It's abundant. I've watched fishing. People go there fishing for giant carp and giant catfish.
Yeah.
Well,
They're
they're
not-
easy to catch. They're easy to catch now because they glow.
They do glow, but they're not mutated.
Yeah, but they're going there with the Geiger counter, and it's like, you know, and the families are coming out and feeding him.
Yeah.
You know, he goes there. You know, but then like, when was the anniversary? Not last year, the year before, wasn't it? And like they were going around asking students, and students didn't even know about Nagasaki and Hiroshima. They weren't even taught about it. You know, it's like us not being taught about the Holodomors.
Yeah.
You know, and the Holodomors, wow. You know, I've got the ADL, the leader of the ADL, in a video going, you know, to the Ukrainians, you know, you've got to play this down. You can't mention the Holodomors. You can't mention all these people that died in the Holodomors. 10 million Christians, blah, 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 that all died under the Jews. Yeah. You know, you can't talk about that because that will take away from our Holocaust. That will take away from our Holocaust. So you can't use that. You can't, and they're all going, yeah. All right. We won't talk about the Holodomors. I'll play it in a minute. It's mental.
Never heard about that until I met you.
What, the Holodomors?
Yeah. No.
Hmm?
Completely out of context. I wouldn't know what the hell it was at all.
Me either.
I had a Ukrainian on the panel, and she never even knew about the Holodomors, and her old man was a bloody MP.
Yeah.
Or worked somewhere in the Ukrainian government.
Very successful scrub, you know.
She didn't even know anything about Donbass.
Yeah.
And her old man was there 2014 in the Battle of Maidan.
Oh, dear God. And she didn't know about it.
Right.
Wow.
I have played the Battle of Maidan on here before, when it all kicked off and when they set fire to the parliament. I mean, that was MI6 and CIA.
Yeah. They started it. A couple snipers.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's hard to believe some of the videos I've seen just rolling up to an apartment block with a gun on the back of a truck and just firing into it.
I like what Vanessa Beeley says here. She slags off, you got Mr. Propagandist over their 2CTV, right? Talking about Hamas. Well, we know Hamas, the heads of Hamas are all based in Doha, Qatar, yeah? Well, they're the political wing of Hamas. The actual soldiers in Gaza or terrorists in Gaza are a different part of Hamas, right? It was before it all kicked off, you had the military arm of Hamas with designated terrorists. The government of Hamas weren't designated terrorists, right? And then all of a sudden they amalgamated and then designated both of them as terrorists. And you can check that up on the terrorist watch list on the UK website, right? When they got designated. Well, they got designated a couple of years apart from each other. And I've done all this in arguments on here right at the very, very beginning.
Weren't they an elected party at one time?
Yeah, well, they are the elected party, but you've got the government wing, and then you've got the military wing. Yeah. But the military wing were like a rule onto their own, but they were being funded by Netanyahu. And then, like 3 months up to October the 7th, he gave them double money. Yeah. But you've got like the Hamas political, the MPs, if you want to call them, the parliaments, yeah. I mean, what'd she say here? Right, so you've got somebody called Brian Berletic. Iran Hamas demands Iran stop striking US Arab proxies and why you shouldn't be surprised. BBC calls Iran key ally, though Iran is an ally to the Palestinian cause, not Hamas itself. Hamas being the Muslim Brotherhood, a US tool used to encircle and set the stage for this war to begin with. Hamas, October the 7th, 2023, op into Israel served as a pretext for not only Gaza's erasure, but for a wider war against Iran and its allies. Now, I do believe in that. I do believe that. Iran is striking these Arab nations now because they host US forces and are politically captured by the US, serving as extensions of the US. Yeah. Hamas is actually funded primarily by these US Arab proxies, especially Qatar. Not Iran. Qatar hosts the largest US military presence in the region. I warned about this October 7, 2023, regarding what Hamas really was and what its purpose was actually for. And here we are again. I say again because during the proxy war on Syria, Hamas actually sided and fought together with US-backed terrorists against Syrians and Russians. I can't read what that says.
Listen, Smiler and Max, I'm going to step down. I'm going to be in the chat, all right?
All right.
All right.
No worries.
See you soon. Good talking
So
to you.
thanks for having me up.
No worries, mate. Take it easy.
You too. Thanks.
Hey up, Daniel. Hey up, Rob. And then, so what Vanessa says, yet another so-called expert analysis demonstrates woeful ignorance of regional alliances. Yes, factions within Hamas political wing are and were aligned with the Zio Gulf states. Sayed Nasrallah worked hard to reintegrate Hamas leadership and military cadres from 2017. In 2021, they returned to Damascus and met with President Assad. The leadership was reshaped with Yahya Sinwar, well, we know what happened to Sinwar, taking command, and Khalid Mishal sidelined in Qatar. So the leader was sidelined in Qatar. Hence why you are seeing the contradictory Hamas messaging on the Zio-US war against Iran. I wish these analyses would actually speak to the people from the region before undermining resistance agencies like this. Now, Vanessa Beeley used to live in Damascus. When Assad was toppled, yeah, and when they started going after Christians and Druze and all the other tribes and everything else, and the Shias, not the Shias, the
Sunnis.
The Sunnis, yeah, then she bugged out. You know, she bugged out. They were, you know, Assad's parliamentary people, they were all getting beheaded. They were all getting strung up. And she bugged out. And she's been living there years, you know. She's covered Palestine for years. She's covered Syria for years. She's covered Damascus. She's covered Yemen. She covered all of Russia. She was over in Russia like 2014. That was Taliban, wasn't it, Steve? I think it was Taliban. See, I was arguing with a Pratt American yesterday. He was talking about ISIS, Taliban, Hamas. And it's like, you really are that dim, aren't you? You're listening to what you're being spewed out from your mainstream media. You know, we know that ISIS have never attacked Israel. We know that Israel treat ISIS in their hospitals, picks them up, flies them to Israel, treats them, and then flies them back out again. Right? We know that Mujahideen were trained by British. We know Al Qaeda were trained. We know ISIS were being trained by America just last year, right? And when they went into Nigeria, Trump went into Nigeria and dropped a few bombs. Yeah, we know that if he'd gone 200 miles north, he would have taken out the whole ISIS camp. But they didn't want to do that. They bombed a couple of villages that hadn't seen any ISIS people in their village at all.
Yeah.
But it's like they spent, what, 20 something years fighting the Taliban to leave the country, and the Taliban take over within one day. You know, all those millions of bodies, all those chemical weapons, billions of pounds and dollars.
Oh, databases too.
Yeah. 86 billion pounds worth of military equipment, pallets full of cash. They walk out, leave it, and Taliban are parading everything the next day. It's crazy. There you go. This is the Sunday Times. Finding an off-ramp. Trump's saying, they go, where's Cuba? Where's Cuba?
So where's Waldo? Where's Waldo?
Yeah.
Mr. Netanyahu, where is he?
If fake news generated by AI, you know, like you know, you got your 6 bodies coming over from America, and you got him and Exeth doing his Lego men. Have you seen that video, the Lego men video?
No, did he fall apart?
Oh, let me find the Lego man video. Let me find the Lego man video. Bear with while I find Lego man. Oh, I'm gonna get to them in a minute, Blunt, with the the shooting. More has come to light regarding the shooting, or not the shooting, the pickup truck that was supposed to be full of $2.5 grand worth of fireworks.
Where's that? Hadn't heard about that.
Yeah, it was in Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Brooklyn Hills.
It's supposed to be a terrorist attack?
Yeah, it was a guy, right? Brooklyn Hills. It was on a synagogue. I played drone footage, didn't I? Flying around it, going, well, how did it actually get in? Because the bollards are in place, the walls are in place. It hasn't driven through anything.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and you had the smoke bellowing out of it. I'll get on to that in a minute. Yeah, so like they were offering a reward up to 10 million for information on IRGC leaders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So hang on.
They're in Toronto actually.
Yeah.
They've spotted some of them in Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the imams.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the right screen? Yeah, I think that's the right screen. There, so.
Yeah, Rebel News apparently caught them in Canada.
Yeah, because he's been sharing stuff with Tusi. Right, so they want 10 million. Well, there's him on Al Quds March. And while they're on the Al Quds March, Israel dropped a bomb.
ما می‌خوایم با مردم در کنار مردم تا آخرین نفس و تا آخرین لحظه در مقابل اونها بایستیم. مردم از این تابلوها نمی‌ترسن. مردم ملاحظه می‌کنن. در زیر این باران و در زیر این بوشهر.
There's other videos.
آقای وزیر امور خارجه درباره این چه فکر می‌کنید؟
They want 10 million, or they want to give 10 million to find the leaders. All the leaders, except for the new Hummer-me, because I don't know whether he's still in hospital or what's happened to him, right? But all the other leaders were out on the streets for Al Quds Day.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. امروز خب روز قدس هست در ایران و علیرغم حملات وحشیانه‌ای که رژیم صهیونیستی و آمریکا
I think they're smart enough to put out doubles.
Hey?
I think they're smart enough to put out doubles.
You know them?
I put out a bunch of decoys.
Oh, that's a really bad video, that is. There's a better video than that.
Yeah.
That's that shitty video. Right, I'm looking for Lego Man, aren't I?
It's in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. We put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently, killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called...
But we know he's cowering, and half of the Senate are cowering in military bases.
Yeah, why doesn't he go to Israel there?
Yeah.
Go to Israel.
We know half of them are cowering. He sacked 200 staff because those 200 staff investigate civilians in war, what happens and whether it's a war crime or not. He sacked them all. Now Trump's trying to rehire them all.
Not so surprised.
Yeah, everything they say out loud, they're doing. And we had that with Israel, didn't we? October the 7th. Everything they claimed, we proved that Israel were doing it themselves.
Yeah.
Everything they claimed that like Hamas were doing, Israel was doing. They had bases in hospitals, they had bases under buildings, they had bases in schools. I mean, only the other day, I showed a video of a woman walking, and there's a school right beside her house, and she's walking past the school, and now it's full of Israeli vehicles and Israeli military. And they're using the school as a base.
Yeah.
You know? What Israelis do, or what the IDF or the IOF, Israel Occupation, yeah, what they do is they'll come and beat your door down, and they can live in your house for a month and have it as a sniper post and use you as human shields.
Yeah, saw those missiles coming straight out of the middle of Tel Aviv there.
Yeah.
So they got military bases right in the middle of the city.
Yeah.
You know, underground probably.
No, they're all land-based, weren't they?
No.
Yeah, they was all land-based.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not underground. It was the same as what Ukraine did, wasn't it? Ukraine was hiding behind hospitals and hiding behind buildings.
Yeah.
When they were fighting the what was the private army called? I can't even remember what his name was now. He died in that Presensin or whatever. He used to be Putin's chef.
Yeah.
I can't remember what his name was. He died in the aeroplane crash, didn't they? He tried to take over Russia, didn't he? He tried to do his own coup on Russia, and I think Putin took him out. But they was like an elite private army.
Oh yeah.
You know, they went and took France.
Oh.
Wagner's, that's it. The Wagners, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Wagner Group. Yeah, they went to Nigeria and took France out, kicked France out of the country.
Yeah.
All right, where's this video? Oh, I saved it. Oh yeah, Well, she's the big settler woman. She's the woman that runs the settlers. Yeah?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah? Well, that's her daughter, right? Her daughter's called, what's it? Shoshana Strock, daughter of Minister Orit Strock. Apparently she's committed suicide. Well, she come out saying that
The daughter's committed suicide, or the mother?
yeah, well, the daughter.
Oh.
But they've been doing speedophilic ceremonies with the daughter for years.
Oh.
So she come out and told her story and everything else, and all of a sudden she's committed harry-carry. But she spoke to her friend the day before, and she wasn't feeling harry-carry at all.
Yeah.
So they've used this distraction.
Gotta go get a drink. I'll be right back.
All right. Because the abusers are not monsters in the dark, they are members of the Knesset, officers, head of communities, rabbis, people with power, positions, connections, people who threaten, people who can make any one of us disappear. And that's the real chaos. If they tell you I committed suicide, don't believe it. If they tell you I was involved in an accident, don't believe it. I am present, I exist, and I intend to stay. The next day she disappears. Or she's supposed to be found dangling. All right, Mark, catch you later, mate. This is the drone. I'll turn the volume down because I've got headphones on as well. Ah, that's it. Give me the ammunition. He put tanks and everything in, didn't he? And you had civilians just standing there sweeping the road. And all these tanks mocked up. Oh, it's funny. That was the short version, wasn't it? The Donald turned around and said, and we've evacuated it. And we've evacuated it. There's no military there. We've evacuated it. This is in Baghdad.
Oh, yeah, I saw that fly around, yeah.
Mm. So you see loads of civilian vehicles everywhere.
Yeah. I don't know why you hit this door.
Yeah, I don't know why he hit the door.
Doesn't make much sense as a viable target. It's just a doorway.
But yeah, it was a doorway, but it was a radar system in there.
Maybe he saw the some lines or something.
Mm.
Some power lines or something. I don't know.
That's Pavlov. He's behind the bulletproof screen lock.
You ought to be careful going out in the street.
Mm.
Target you pretty quickly.
Well, they were all out for Al Quds Day, weren't they?
No, we never asked for.
Plus, they're deploying jammers while these people are out. I hope they are.
Eh?
I hope they're deploying jammers while those guys are out.
Yeah, he had a couple. He had a couple of security with him as well. I think they all had security with them.
Yeah, I'd be more worried about the electronics myself, like the detection.
Yeah, but none of the leaders have got mobile phones or anything.
No, you don't need one.
Yeah,
be tracked.
They do a lot of signaling still with lights and Morse code.
That's good. Yeah.
You know, and the same as Hamas.
Yeah.
You know, they were using mirrors and sun and doing Morse code.
Yeah, they figured out that human beings show up like a beacon to radar about 100 years ago. So they've been working on how to discern which individuals are which for the past 100 years.
I got a good video. On what our modems see, and modems can see through walls and everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a good video on that. I'll play it in a minute. I got distracted again. I'll just look for that.
Yeah, the Lego man or whatever it was.
Yeah, Lego video. I saved so much crap though.
Yeah.
Over the last 3 days. I couldn't get my head around this. They're going on there about the white hat. He was given a white hat. They're saying signs and signals again.
Yeah.
It was the year of independence on the box, but then it's a white hat. Well, I was going to go down the rabbit hole, but
the QAnon.
Yeah. There's Mr. ADL.
Foxman is concerned about the Ukrainian government's comparison of the famine in
anti-Semitism. It took a long...
Foxman is concerned about the Ukrainian government's comparison of the famine in the Ukraine before World War II with the Holocaust.
The one thing that you need to be sensitive about is not to link it to the Holocaust. Be careful that it not be played as your genocide, our genocide, because that will be counterproductive on all sides.
We, of course, respect Holocaust, and I understood your message, and we try to be very, very diplomatic.
Anti-Semitism.
That's a whole other video that I got to do. That is. +7 million white Europeans murdered in just 18 months. Holodomor genocide. New information on the McCanns. Oh, where's my Lego video gone? Is that one AI?
Don't know.
Mm.
Right now, they all pretty much appear to be AI. I watched a video before I came up. There was a disappearing ring on Netanyahu's official website.
Yeah, somebody asked that. Did I see the disappearing ring?
Yeah, I saw that.
God, how far? I mean, that's about right, isn't it? How far down is the Lego man? When did the first 6 die? Let's punch it in here. Lego. Oh no, that's not the right one. Is it?
Ooh.
No, this isn't the right one.
Oh no! That's actually quite horrible.
Hey?
That's actually pretty horrifying. Even though.
Yeah.
اضرب 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 اضرب.
Hmm. Where's Trump's one then? That's Iran, that's Iran, that's Iran, that's Iran. Have they taken Trump's one down then, have they? Looks like it, doesn't it? No, sorry, they've left that one up, but taken Trump ones down. Let's try search it again. Lego video. Was it XF? Lego video. War games. No, they've taken it down.
Maybe it was offensive or something.
Well, it was the day that the 6 Americans were arriving back. When he put out a Lego video where him and Netanyahu are standing side by side with game controllers. Yeah, they've taken it down. Right, so where's the you phone a copper in any country, you don't get one, do you?
I don't know.
Yeah. You attack a synagogue, one vehicle attacks a synagogue, and you got all these coppers here, all them there for the one synagogue. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, average wage in it's called the Temple Israel, and it's in Bloomfield Hills.
Yeah.
Average wage is something like £200,000 a person.
Wow.
And they're $1 million houses.
I haven't heard anything more on the gunshots near a synagogue in Canada. They
No.
Flat out claimed it was anti-Semitism and moved on, you know.
Yeah. Nothing to see here.
No, just anti-Semitism. Just anti-Semitism. Couldn't be anything else.
So you got all them there turn out for it. I mean, that's a massive presence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right now, the man who ran truck into Temple Israel Synagogue in Michigan,
conveniently dead,
was identified as Ayman Gazila. Yeah. Hours earlier, Gazila posted photographs of family members reportedly killed in a recent Israel strike in Mashgara, Lebanon, including his children, Ali and Fatima, and his brothers, Ibrahim and Qasim. 2 brothers and several nephews were unalive days earlier in an Israel strike.
Jesus.
Authorities have not publicly confirmed his identity or whether the unaliving played any role in the incident in West Bloomfield.
You think?
So there are his nephews. No, they're his children.
Yeah.
Dearborn Heights man suspected in Temple Israel incident recently lost family. Now, Dearborn Heights is 24 miles away from that synagogue. Dearborn Heights, where the urban roots is, Dearborn Heights is where urban. It's in the chat kicking off all about Dearborn and Michigan.
Yeah.
And all that lot. Well, it like the 200 grand a year.
Huh.
They're all Hamas. They're all Jewish.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are building. They're the ones that are building all the new houses and the swimming baths for their unclean wives because they've had a period. You know, so once they've had a period, they've got to go to these swimming baths to be cleansed.
Yeah.
There's a couple of YouTubers. I can't remember what the YouTuber's name is, but he's been there videoing, and they all ganged up on him. Some of them didn't mind him being there, and some of them ganged up on him. But he was putting it out there. You know, like in one part you got a street name being changed to some Arabic or Muslim name or something, and then in another part you've got them totally taking over, forcing next door neighbours out of properties, forcing the prices on the buildings, so the prices are like twice or three times as much money. They're offering that sort of money to get the normal population out of that area, and they're totally taking over the area. And that's like the Chabad Lubavitch. It's crazy.
Kind of like Gaza.
Yeah. So he took his family out.
All of us have stories to tell, pictures to share. Temple has taken so many of us to Israel over the years and to so many of these places. All of us have friends there, our guides, our relatives, our partnership region. Israel is home too.
We'll bog off and go and live there then, innit? Trump says, look, nobody has technology or weapons that we have. We have the Tomahawks. 3 days later, Iran has Tomahawks.
Pages. We have stuff that, look, nobody has the technology or the weapons that we have, and the Patriots are an example of it. We have the Tomahawk. We have the Patriots. We have stuff that nobody's ever been able to produce, and they can't produce it like us. So, look, nobody has the technology or the weapons that we have, and the Patriots are an example of it. We have the Tomahawks. We have the Patriots. We have stuff that nobody's ever been able to produce, and they can't produce it like us.
He is absolutely an orange man, dopey bugger, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, they've got some pretty cool electronic weapons, but you know, like they used in Venezuela, but those are generally kind of a closer range weapon. You have to use those in an invasion.
Well, they used it as crowd control in Canada, didn't they? They had it mounted on buildings and chest-mounted wearables.
They used it in Spain. I think it was Spain once too. They split a street open with it.
What's the bridge? Is it the Quebec Bridge? Is it where the Canadian truckers they blocked it and they were all standing there just blocking it?
Yeah.
and like some that had like earmuffs on and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They weren't affected by the radio waves, but others, they came back from it with all their skin blistered and flaking where they were affected, but then they said they weren't wearing earmuffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and where the ones that were wearing earmuffs, they had more protection against it. And they said it's like a massive suntan.
Yeah.
From burning from the electric, but they
covered the node they were using to get in, I think.
Yeah. No, we've seen them practicing and we've seen them demonstrating it for years.
Yeah. Those sonic weapons too, they can be stopped with some of them with a piece of paper.
Yeah, a shield, yeah.
Yeah, just something in front of you. Yeah. So there are countermeasures to these things.
Yeah. Well, as I was saying earlier, Strictly, us in the UK, we're paying an extra 15 million a day just for fuel. That's the figures, 15 million a day just for fuel. Extra.
A friend of mine sent me a pretty good, I think, little video on some of the weaponry that they can use.
Just put the kettle on 2 seconds. You got a video there to present of you? No, not yet.
Oh, no. The post is from a suspended account.
Ah, right.
I watched it the other day, and I guess they got rid of it. So yeah, I was talking how they can pulse sound.
I was shocked that so many.
No,
that's why I stopped it. Stop screen. Let me find.
I better tell her that.
Let me find modems. Modem. Seeing you.
It was deleted from X.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's go to history. You tell people that your modem is spying on you, and they don't believe you.
Yeah.
Your mobile phone's spying on you.
Oh, constantly.
Now people are waking up to the mobile phone.
Yep. The hard part for people to get over, I found, but it's getting easier to talk to people about it, is the use of us for 5G and signal transfer.
Yeah. Yeah, people don't believe wideband, do they?
No. They don't want to believe it, really.
No.
I still have a young man at work who says, they're not using me as an antenna. It's not happening. Okay.
Well, it's the same as the nanobot technology. People don't believe the nanobot.
No.
When it all come out in a big court case over the COVID inquiry.
Yeah. No, we all got nanotech in us. Unfortunately. You can mitigate it, though. But you never get it completely out because they keep dousing us with it constantly.
Yeah. Yeah, not only are they spraying barium and aluminium, they're spraying other stuff, aren't they?
Yep. They can put it in your water too, because most of the nanotech is too small for their detectors. They don't detect things that small.
Like, has anybody noticed, like, when they get out first thing in the morning in the UK? When you go out first thing in the morning, you go for a pee, and you flush the toilet. Oh, the bleach smell you get out of the toilet is unbelievable. I've got to fill up my, do a water change and fill up my fish tank. Well, I've got to leave the water sit for 2 days.
Yeah.
Oh, when was I watching this bloody videos?
Yeah, we take a shower in that, eh?
Yeah.
It's going right in your body.
Three of my old videos I done ages ago, October the 7th. Yeah. I've been answering copyrights on them today. Two of them they've allowed, and I've got to do another one on the third one now. Right? Well, it's like filming directly from the United Nations, broadcasting live to the United Nations.
Yeah.
And it's all in Arabic writing. Some television company in Egypt is claiming that I'm using their I'm using their footage. So what are you going on about? Your footage? I'm like, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you can clearly see it's United Nations. I'm streaming it from the live event that day. Telling me it's copyrighted, it's free, it's the United Nations.
Public broadcast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, how do I watch so much shit on YouTube? Can't even remember what this guy's called. Where's Michael to? I told him what the guy was called. He was a former Google engineer, he is. And he created, what was that film called where they were watching they could see roads, they could control traffic lights. God's Eye. He created something like God's Eye. I wonder if I put that in. God's Eye. God's Eye. That's Google. There he is. Indian guy. All right, so why didn't I think of that before? Videos.
Urges allies to help in Strait of Hormuz, but insists U.S. doesn't need anybody's help.
Yeah.
Well, then why isn't it open? So easy.
Let's Google Earth. Oh, where's this? Right, so I watched that. That's Untold Story of Google Earth. Who owns your twin? The race to own your big tax war for your digital twin. GPS of 50 years old.
Yeah, they just used it militarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything communications is military first, and then rolled out to the public.
That's God's eye. Ah, Wi-Fi. There you go. I don't know how people don't think it's true. Copy video URL.
Yeah, it's just like a camera. You can build a virtual representation of the area it's in. Watch all the people moving around.
Yeah. So this guy's called Bilawal Sidhu. I think he's Indian. He's ex-Google. Worked on loads of projects. He's done DARPA stuff and all kinds of stuff on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But that was a present there, wasn't it? Really.
Your Wi-Fi router can already detect when somebody walks through your home.
Can you hear that?
It's a little low, but yeah. Turn it up a bit.
So this is a gentleman here.
Yeah.
The camera, not with a sensor you bought, just the Wi-Fi signal bouncing off your body. All right, so here's how this works. Your Wi-Fi router is constantly sending out radio waves at about 5 gigahertz. These waves, of course, bounce off of everything. I'm talking your walls, your furniture, and of course your body. And when you move through your home, those reflections change in ways that are really, really specific to what moved and how it moved. Your router already tracks something called channel state information, or CSI. It's basically how the router optimizes the signal between itself and all your devices. But CSI also encodes the shape and movement of everything between the router and your devices. And of course, that includes you. Xfinity figured this out. They shipped this feature called Wi-Fi Motion to every customer with one of the newer gateways. This is at no extra cost. You don't need any extra hardware. Your existing network essentially becomes a motion sensor. And of course, they market it as a smart home feature. I've got this working where when I walk into a room, I can automatically turn the lights on. Now, if I pull apart the marketing branding, the real term for this in the industry is called presence detection. That's the original term. Your router is capable of detecting your presence. Of course, the companies are going to brand this as Wi-Fi motion, Wi-Fi sensing, Linksys aware, whatever sounds less creepy, basically. But the underlying capability is the same. Your router.
It's like everybody's heard of Linksys aware, haven't they?
Yeah.
Router knows that you're there. Now, if what I'm saying is already evoking that scene from The Dark Knight where the Batman uses sonar from cell phones to catch the Joker, you would be pretty close to the money, because motion detection is just step 1. Researchers have already published steps 2 and 3. Let's get into it. So in 2023, Carnegie Mellon University published a paper called Dense Pose from Wi-Fi. Using just Wi-Fi signal from a standard router, an AI model is able to reconstruct your full body pose. This is where we step beyond just someone in a room to actually understand.
Yeah, not only can it detect your full body pose, it can detect how you walk, how you move, and then identify. I mean, this is some of the stuff that they've been using. Oracle, Lavender, Palantir.
Different systems too, like Doppler radar does the same thing.
Yeah.
All the other radar systems are also detecting all your movement.
Yeah.
So when they combine all of them together, they get a complete picture of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been using it in Israel for years. All the Google staff, if everybody remembers, all the Google staff walked out of Google because they said they weren't going to take part in the genocide in Gaza because they were creating the software. Or one system of the software.
Yeah.
I think that was the automatic weapons, wasn't it? The target people.
Yeah, the autonomous part. Yeah.
Yeah. And they all walked out.
Yeah, you should never have killing put in a robot's hands.
Standing the position of your arms, your legs, your overall posture. Multiple people in the room at once, through the walls, with no camera, just radio waves. This is really wild tech. And then it gets even more sophisticated. So these Wi-Fi signals interact with your body in a very unique way, depending on your bone density, your body mass, your posture, etc. A 2025 paper called WHOFI showed that we could take advantage of these Wi-Fi signals to identify who the person actually is, essentially re-identification. So the way you walk, the way you shift your weight, even the way you sit, it creates this very unique biometric signature in the Wi-Fi signal. And they used a transformer neural network to match those signatures to specific individuals. Now, this is simultaneous.
And where do they get the transfer neural network from?
Well, they have different ones.
Yeah.
Creepy, but also super useful. In a sense, your AI systems can know who the person in the room is, so you can change the preferences accordingly. And you don't need to have like an invasive camera in every single room to do it. So if we take a step back, step one is Wi-Fi just detecting movement. This is already working in millions of homes. Step two is Wi-Fi reconstructing your precise body pose through the walls. This is published research. Step three is Wi-Fi being able to re-identify a specific person just based on their unique signature, also published.
All compiled into your digital twin.
Motion sensor to essentially.
Yeah, all compiled into your digital twin they keep online.
Yeah, and who owns your digital twin? He does another video about that. Yeah, he basically created a Palantir software.
Yeah.
And God's Eye, basically, he created it in a weekend, which showed you all the military aircraft, all the ships in the Strait of Hormuz, all the ship traffic, everything that was going on, and created it all. Oh, it's amazing software, amazing what he did. He's actually going to be putting it out, as an app.
Surveillance system that works in the dark through walls on hardware that you already.
That system that I was using earlier on and using yesterday, to show all the military aircraft. I actually got it from there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you just go onto that website, and I can put all the systems that are used for identifying.
Yeah.
And then I can click and filter, and then click military and filter, and it will just show me any aeroplane.
Yeah.
This bit, or helicopter, or small plane, anything that's got a military contract. So it gets rid of all the domestic flights and just shows me every military flight that they've got AIS switched on.
And the gap between detect motion and identify the person is a simple software update. The hardware is already installed. You know, a little bit of edge compute and you're already there. Now you can imagine this technology.
I wouldn't give them a few months. I'd give them a few weeks. I reckon they'll have, like, because of the fragments of that they've been showing of JDAMs and Tomahawks and stuff like that. You know, the PAC-2s and stuff like that. The transponders and everything that they're showing pictures of to prove that they're American hardware or whoever's hardware. I reckon it'd be long before he'll be actually putting that to it, and we'll be able to trace every missile in the sky. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, map it all out.
Yeah.
See who shot what.
Yeah. Now, if they can see it in their early warning systems via radar, via fake satellite technology,
balloons.
Yeah, balloons. Yeah. You know, if they can see it all that way, then I'm sure he'll be able to get into the system and show us it. You know, whether it's kosher or not, whether it's I suppose it might be classified. Do you know what I mean?
It could be. There's a lot of leaks in the system.
Yeah.
You know, so he's just exploiting some of them, I guess.
Is very dual use. You can use it for surveillance, but you can also use it to power your own AI Jarvis. But what's really interesting is this exact same physics, like radio waves essentially as a sensing medium, is being commercialized at a massive scale. A company called
even your stupid Alexa.
Yeah.
Alexa knows how many people are in your front room or in your house at one time.
Yeah. If they really want to, if you have an infrared remote or a remote control, they can use the remote control for sensing.
Yeah.
Mapping out the environment and all the same things. It's amazing.
Yeah. You know, as kids growing up, you used to stick the remote in your mouth, press the button and see if the TV turned on. And I always used to say, could you imagine if it's taking a photograph inside your mouth? Or, you know, can you imagine if that's actually bouncing through your head? I wonder what they're seeing on the other end. I know, it's like, I've always thought, you know, we're pressing this little boom box or this little bopper box.
Yeah.
You know, and it's sending this radio frequency to the TV, and the TV switching over, but it's got to go bing, 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 bouncing through things, unless you're sitting directly in front of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alexa wakes up, listens,
constantly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your phone's listening constantly.
Yeah. Well, we was talking on the phone last night. There was a group of us talking, and it was like, why have I got all these things in my YouTube? Why have I got all these things coming through in my coming through on feeds on my phone or on my computer? And it's like, will you stop talking about things because they're all coming up?
Yeah. And I'm having cases, kids at work are like we're having like they're thinking of things, and it's coming up on their phone.
Yeah.
And you know, one of them had one of those Aura rings for a while. The other one's got a smartwatch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those things they can read brain waves.
Yeah, and your pods. All your ear pods.
Yeah.
Your ear pods are listening to brainwave.
They are listening to them through CERN and satellites, if you want to call them that, or whatever. They're trying to do that through that as well. They want to do it all satellite systems in the future, because it's then you can't get to it like the towers.
Yeah.
Dynar emerged after 9 years in stealth with $1 billion valuation and $100 million in funding. The investors include
November Man.
Hey?
Oh, November Man's comment was talking to a mate about a hack, and the bitch was listening. Yeah.
Jervison from the SpaceX board, the co-founders of Yahoo and Siri, and Skype's founding engineer. Now, I'll leave it to your own imagination to think about what a company was doing in stealth mode for 9 frickin' years, but the tech itself is worth digging into. What Zynar has built is essentially synchronizing existing Wi-Fi and 5G signals to sub nanosecond precision. I mean, I'm talking about radio waves that travel at 30 centimeters per nanosecond. If you can measure the timing of that precisely, you essentially get sub-meter quality positioning that works indoors, outdoors, through the wall, no GPS required, no new sensors required. They're calling it the foundational layer for physical AI. And honestly, that makes a ton of sense. Like, we've talked about this in the past. GPS does not work indoors. Cameras can drift. Nobody has cracked a universal positioning layer for the physical world. Zynar is saying that we already have one. It's called Wi-Fi and 5G. We just weren't listening to it correctly. They've got 100 patents filed, 90 of those have been issued, and there are 0 rejections. They've already got $500 million in contracts and many more MOUs. Now, look, they haven't named their carrier partners yet, and of course, MOUs aren't signed deals, but that investor list and patent portfolio tells you that this is not vaporware.
Yeah, you didn't ask for the technology. You didn't vote for it. You're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and they're going to use it on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sell it to you as if it's a good thing.
Yeah. All good.
Well,
yeah, that's why your Google, your Amazon, all your big tech companies, yeah, that's why they're all agreed to Trump to put in their own nuclear little bioreactors for producing electricity, because there isn't the electricity in America to run all this AI.
No.
So they've all agreed that they'll invest into nuclear electricity.
Yeah, they've got to. This is the company I work down the street from produces them, and they're churning out generators like a generator with each one. But
that's right. That's the generators that Elon uses at his big Tesla factory. Yeah. No, his AI factory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. No, they're terrible. But anyway,
Run on LPG.
Yeah, but they won't. Eventually they won't be able to produce enough liquid natural gas for those to run them all, because the rate they're turning them out. That's just one small company that I work near. There's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of them producing them.
Yeah, well, they're truck mounted, and they're 2 trucks.
Yep. Just a wide load truck, and off you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got photographs of them, video. Company's called AVL.
Yeah.
And probably 1,000 companies just like it that produce the data centers and the generation for it.
So you got Iranian cluster warhead missile fired off. You got Iranian missile over occupied Palestine. You got Jerusalem moments ago. You got notifications, bing, 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 coming through. Yeah, that's right, November man. Hello, Ryan. I'll play that COVID video in a minute from the judge.
Wi-Fi can see you through your walls, and a $1 billion startup just turned every wireless network into a positioning grid. Now, here's where it gets really interesting, because the defense world figured this out too. You might know Palmer Luckey, co-founder of Oculus, sold it to Facebook, and then started this defense company called Anduril. We've covered their VR headset in the past. And as of this week, they just raised $4 billion at a $60 billion valuation, with A16Z and Thrive Capital leading. Kind of insane, but also goes to show you how much money and potential is left in the defense sector. One of their systems is the appropriately named Pulsar, essentially an AI-powered electromagnetic warfare platform that can passively sense and classify RF activity. It listens to every radio frequency emission in an area, and
that's basically what Russia's been using to detect drones and detect launching pads.
Yeah.
They've been doing it RF, and they've been doing it ground vibration as well. Russia's got that tech as well.
Identifies what's producing it and geolocates the source. and can even deliver an electronic attack. All autonomous, all running on the edge AI, meaning you don't need to send this data up to some cloud to process. Anduril, of course, also deploys autonomous surveillance towers on the US-Mexico border through the CBP. These sensing arrays have like radar, thermal, camera, all fused together through their Lattice AI platform into a single real-time operational picture. The essence is really the same principle as your Wi-Fi router sensing your body, except you're using more modalities. And this is a $60 billion defense contractor sensing everything on the border and the battlefield. So we went from the home to the enterprise to the battlefield. But we have one more domain left to go, and that's space. And this is honestly where it starts to feel like science fiction. Let's take the same idea and move it into orbit. Hawkeye 360 has 30 satellites flying in clusters of 3 about 500 kilometers up, and they have a single job: detect and geolocate every freaking RF emitter on Earth. I'm talking ship radios, radar systems, GPS jammers, emergency beacons. They use this technology to track dark ships, basically vessels that turn off their transponders to hide because they're doing illegal stuff. But of course, that doesn't matter because satellites still see the radio signal, meaning you can go dark on AIS, this open source data that I use to track the Iran strikes, but you can't go dark on physics. Pretty freaking wild. So of course, this company has contracts with the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office. Raytheon's an investor. Another company called Spire Global has 100 satellites doing the same kind of RF intelligence work. That little mini map in your home is effectively global. There are satellites overhead right now whose entire job is to light up every single RF emitter on the planet. Every radio, every radar, every phone is a dot on the map. If I take a step back, to me, these are not separate stories. Like your living room, Zynar, Anduril, Hawkeye 360, all of them have the same fundamental insights. Radio waves are a sensing medium. They're a modality to geolocate and track things in the physical world, and they always have been, right? We just did not have the compute and the algorithms to make sense of it. We just treated radio waves as dumb pipes that were carrying data from point A to point B. But in reality, every single Wi-Fi signal, every single 5G pulse, every radio broadcast paints a spatial picture of the physical world. Researchers learn to read it for automation. Zynar needs it for enterprise positioning. Anduril and Hawkeye 360 read it for defense, whether they do it from land or from space. In other words, RF is the next spatial modality, and it'll sit right alongside LiDAR, RGB cameras, infrared cameras, except this tech is already deployed in every building, on every battle space, and overhead in orbits. And it all...
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Your LED lights.
Yep.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi LED lights. They watching you as well.
Yep. Your screen can be used as a camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Street lights, house lights.
Well,
there's one thing that Trump actually did that was decent, and he unbanned LED light or incandescent bulbs in the U.S.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knew what he was doing or not. I don't know. He probably did.
Yeah. Well, it's like this big court case over the tariffs. He insured it all, and he got his mates to insure it all. He knew he was going to lose the court case, yeah, and he insured against it. They made billions just on the insurance that they put in place. So all the money that was being made on the tariffs, he made double that when they said, can't do that. He made double that because he insured it all. And sold it, and all his family made billions.
Well, that's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got his oldest, you got not Donald, what's his oldest son called? You know, because they're going, oh no, we don't need Ukraine because my son's got a drone factory. Yeah. All of a sudden, you know, his son's got a drone factory and he's a drone expert now.
Isn't that convenient?
Yeah. He learned it all in a week.
Yeah.
All in a week. But this guy is, I mean...
Well, you know, what they should do is get themselves a contract with the U.S. government.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, November man. Right, so this was the God's Eye project. Do you want to see this, or do you want to listen to Mr. COVID solicitor, barrister, Dutch lawyer?
Whichever you prefer.
It's Dutch lawyer suing the architects of the Great Reset, quote. Dr. Francis Boyle mystically died right after agreeing to testify the COVID mRNA injection is a bioweapon conceived by the Pentagon. They've named Bill Gates, but they haven't put Fauci in there. Well, Fauci was the one that got the money for the gain of function. So I don't know why they haven't gone after Fauci in it.
Yeah.
I'll put that one on a minute.
I got a quick share for you. I just did a quick search for you on Doppler radar, what they can detect with it.
Yeah.
They used it for micro movements. They used it for suspicious activity detection.
I got to go for a Doppler test tomorrow.
IEEE Doppler radar for suspicious activity detection focuses on using micro-Doppler MD signatures as deep learning to identify threatening human behaviors such as armed patrolling, crawling, throwing, or grenade throwing. Sorry, they put both words together. With high accuracy, often over 97%. These systems are designed for national security, border protection, and surveillance in areas where cameras are ineffective or privacy is a concern. So when did they bring out Doppler radar? Do you remember? That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was in the 90s, 80s or 90s they brought that out. But here's some cool images of what they can detect with Doppler radar. See, they do the movement and they decode these through algorithms, these movements, to know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll
I don't know. I can't get it bigger on the screen. If I move us down there.
But yeah, they decode all these and they they can tell exactly what you're doing, what kind of movements. And Doppler radar. Yeah. And they can do it with other systems too. It doesn't have to be Doppler radar. Any pulsing radar will work. So
yeah.
Radar, microwave, whatever you want to call it.
So this is the Dutch lawyer.
Yeah.
And he's suing the architects of the Great Reset. Professor Boyle's argument is the COVID-19 mRNA injections, blah, 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 blah. So I'll let it play.
How are they going to strike them down?
I will start with the statement of Joseph Sansone.
A little more volume.
On the sworn
I ain't got no more.
the late Professor Dr. Francis Boyle, who has
Determined and concluded.
Professor
Boyle is the greatest authority in the field of bioweapon legislation. He is the author of it. So he knows what is legally. He knew, like no other, the COVID-19 mRNA injection is a bioweapon.
He has also made that loud and clear.
Made it clear to the world.
Known.
After which, despite being
After which, despite being in good health,
In good health, he passed away shortly after he had declared himself willing
had himself willing
to give testimony under oath about this in court.
oath about this in court. The core of Professor Boyle's argument is that the COVID-19 mRNA injections contain derivatives of
They contain derivatives of legal military gene function research. Yes.
function research. As a result, COVID-19 injections qualify, by definition, as a military
So they are a military biological weapon system. Absolutely.
a bioweapon, in other words.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bioweapon. Yeah.
And loads of us were shouting this from the rooftops.
Yeah. Yep, genetic toxins.
This bioweapon consists of two
integrated components. The pathogenic load and the delivery mechanism.
Load and the delivery mechanism. It is
beyond doubt that the pathogen load is
beyond doubt that the pathogenic load is the product of illegal
gene or function research.
Yeah.
or function research.
Trying to mess with your chromosomes.
Yeah.
Refers to this, to an article in the scientific journal Nature Medicine, of which I have included the link in this plea note. If you open that link, you will immediately read the warning that true scientists believe that an animal is the most likely source of the coronavirus. You will also immediately know that what is called the new normal, true scientists, are not scientists, but faith fanatics. These are the scientists behind whom the respondents hide.
Yeah, faith fanatics. That's interesting.
Yeah.
In Nature Medicine that Boyle reports on was published in 2015, and the title reads, translated, "A cluster of circulating coronaviruses in bats, similar to SARS, shows potential for human infection." I present to you what the summary of this research included in the article reveals.
He'll fail going down that line. He can't prove that. Fail.
No, but what he can prove is the artificial Ralph Barrett's work and Ralph Barrett's patents.
Yeah, he could prove intent. He can't prove the science, but he could.
Yeah, you got DARPA Chapel Hill.
Yeah.
You got Sequoia Pharmaceuticals, all submitted patents.
Yeah, so they could prove intent.
Yeah. And that part of it was to do with Ralph Barrett's fucking guinea pigs or dogs or something.
Yeah.
And then another part of it was human lung epiphelia.
Yeah.
Which is basically like 100 times worse than pneumonia. I wonder why they were, saying that everybody had to go on ventilators.
Yeah.
Based on these findings, we have synthetically created an infectious, fully SHC0.
Yeah. So a synthetic, and they patent it.
What the summary of this research included in the article reveals. It
states based on these findings, we have synthetically created an infectious, fully SHC014 recombinant virus developed and demonstrated.
Damn.
And they patented that.
Yeah.
C014 recombinant virus developed and demonstrated robust viral
replication, both in vitro and in vivo.
Yeah. These people, if they want to win lawsuits, they have to stop using the word virus.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they're going to lose.
Yeah.
Genetic toxin or something else. It's not a
Yeah.
virus.
Mm.
Well, they can get off on that, you know. So
Yeah. I mean, you don't hear the German doctor talk virus. You don't hear baldy-head man with a dicky bow tie talk virus.
yeah. That's why I fear that this won't work. This case. It's his tact, I think,
Yeah.
won't work. Not that he's not right, you know, to go after these people, but I think his tact is wrong. He needs to talk to Martin or, Tenpenny.
Yeah, or the other one's in jail still. They're still holding him in jail in Germany.
Yeah.
They're trying to get him out, but he's still in jail in Germany.
So this is his introduction of the suit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, November Man. Yeah, British bases, Ukrainian bases, and that was all back to the Bidens. That was what Joe Biden's son was involved in. And also they were producing mad tablets for like the Azov battalion. But you tell people that, November Man, and people think you're off your head. Even though when they went through and you got that Ukrainian guy that went to Russia, that stole all the secrets, stole all the information from the biolabs and shows. And when the Russians went through and it was Wagner Group went through, and Wagner Group documented it all, including documenting the organs, taking organs from the people as well. And so documented. A load of them were jailed by Russia.
both in vitro and in vivo. So it states, we researchers have created a SARS-like coronavirus with a spike protein optimized for human infection. I cannot provide a better example of illegal gain of function research. And who wrote that article from 2015? Among others, researchers affiliated with UNC Chapel Hill and the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Wuhan, yes, Wuhan. You know, where according to the official narrative, people suddenly dropped dead on the street when COVID-19 broke bad, mutated. The spike protein, the pathogenic payload of the bioweapon.
Yeah, they really cranked up the 5G there.
Yeah.
So it's not about a natural spike protein, but an illegally developed, synthetically made pathogen that has been optimized for human infection. The spike protein mRNA, with the instructions to human cells to produce this very pathogenic spike protein, is one of the two crucial building blocks of the COVID-19 bioweapon. Now, the delivery system, the NLPs, you know, the nanolipid particles that encapsulate the mRNA payload and deliver it into the interior of the cell.
That's what What's his face? Your last premier, Castro. What's he called?
Yeah, Justin Trudeau. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he owns. Part of that.
Yeah, and we're building a Moderna plant because we love vaccines here in Canada.
Mm. Well, yeah, but it's like Donald. Donald is what's he called? JF, whatever he's called. The the one with the funny voice.
Yeah.
He's totally ignoring him now.
Yeah.
Right? He's letting him do his speeches and blah blah blah. Totally ignoring him and getting on board with Pfizer and everybody else again. Trump is. It's worth too much money for his back pocket, isn't it?
Yep.
And it's like, you shut up. The same as Elon. Elon went in and went, the Doge.
Yeah.
Found all this information, found all this money wastage.
Yeah.
And it's like, Elon, you can shut up. You can go get, fudge off.
Yeah. Yeah. No follow through, eh?
Mm.
The propaganda term for this is fat globules, as if we're talking about something as harmless as a stick of butter. What did Boyle declare about it? Boyle declared that it is actually about a nanotechnology enhanced delivery platform. This technology is, as Boyle declared, paid for, developed, financed, and conceived by the Pentagon and its research institute, DARPA. This technology platform, nanotechnology platform, was not an afterthought.
Oh, and they put it in their briefcases when Donald Trump said we're not funding gain of function. And they put it in their suitcases. They flew over to Wuhan, and then bosh, did it in Wuhan.
Dr. Achildes was his name, who made the nanotech portion of the vaccine.
Yeah.
And his excuse for it was, well, if I didn't do it, somebody else would have.
Mm-hmm.
But there's only about 3 or 4 people in the world that can actually do that. So if he didn't do it, there were probably good chances nobody else would.
And they've got all the emails. Yeah, but they haven't read out all the emails in Congress.
No. They'll find a way to stop that.
Mm. Well, it's the same as Boris and all our corrupt parliamentary. They had all our WhatsApp messages. So tomorrow, shall we release
the pathogen or whatever?
Yeah, shall we tell everybody that it's now called blah blah blah?
Yeah.
Is it too early to change it to blah 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 now? So that everybody goes and gets a jibby jabby.
Yeah.
Because we've got this new strain. There's a new strain.
Yeah.
So roll up your sleeves, people. And people listen and people did it. That's what I don't understand. People did it.
Yeah. Well, the programming is strong if you're a mainstream viewer.
Weak-minded.
Yeah.
MK Ultra.
Well, they're very good at it.
I don't know. Some people do research.
Yep. I had family members that did it, and I was telling them every day we'd go over the news, and I'd tell them how it was pretty much the exact opposite of what's going on.
None of my family did it.
Congratulations. Yeah. Be back in 1 second.
Right.
With nanotechnology from the very beginning. This indicates a long-term program aimed at the application of advanced delivery systems. And this technology has been used in the COVID-19 injections. Boyle determined that the NLP delivery system in the injections is the result of a specific teacher-sponsored program for nanotechnological biological weapons. In the presentation by Sanson, you can read further about the legal implications of this. It is also argued that Gates and Borla qualify as suspects of crimes against humanity as defined in the Rome Statute concerning the International Criminal Court.
I mean, no Borla and a Pfizer, Blue Star. Mate, they caught up with him walking down the street, didn't they? And they asked him whether he's had the jibby jabby. No, it's got to go to the public first. The staff aren't allowed to have it until all the public have had it.
The drug companies had their own special one, didn't they?
Yeah.
Special batch.
Yeah. It was called saline.
Vitamin water.
Yeah. You know, I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. Right? When you're ill, when you're really, really ill and you got to go to hospital, right? And you're really, really ill, what's the first thing they do with you? Hydrate you with salt water.
Yeah.
They start hydrating you with salt water, hydrating you with minerals.
Yeah.
Because everything is the minerals, the good minerals are taken out, and if you don't supplement with minerals, you're foodbarred.
Yeah.
Because every stupid food stuff that they're putting out there has killed off all the goodness.
Yep. I take double multivitamins and several supplements every day. Yeah.
I'm going to get some iodine soon.
Yeah, I take that as well.
I've got iodine that I used to use for the horses, but
yeah.
I'd use it for cuts and wounds, but I won't ingest it because I couldn't tell you how it is. It's a gallon container. I couldn't tell you how old that gallon container is.
Oftentimes the quality of pet products is better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like especially for horses.
Yeah.
Horses are the only animal that has a complete write-up of colloidal metals that they could use in their bodies for at what levels they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Not huge. They haven't done that for humans, any other animal, but horses.
Mm-hmm.
It's horse racing.
Yeah. I was going to say something then. Oh, antihistamines. Right, so the antihistamines.
Yeah.
We had somebody that worked at the stables. She loved horses. She loved everything about horses. Yeah. But put her anywhere near haylage, put her anywhere near when you were cutting or baling or wrapping.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, her eyes would swell up and everything else.
Right.
Yeah. Right. And she was getting antihistamines from like Asda or the chemist, and they were costing her an absolute fortune.
Yeah.
Well, we actually had a stupid horse. Yeah. It come in from Ireland, right?
Yeah.
Had it in the stable overnight, wormed it, you know, keep it in before you turn it out. So keep it in for 48 hours, give it a double dose of wormer, you know, so you can check if they got worms and stuff, right? The bloody stupid horse had hay fever. Come there in the morning, his eyes were all swelled up, his nose was dripping. I thought, oh my God, we got like a disease here. I'm trying to think of the name of the disease now, and normally they get a cough as well. Oh, what the hell is it called? It's like kennel cough, but it's in horses. I can't think what it's called now. I'll think of it. So it was like, do we teabag its eyes? Because its eyes had all swollen up and everything. Do we teabag the eyes? Do we, you know, what do we do? You know? So one of them said, well, like during the day, the eyes started clouding. You know, so the like the water content, the gel, you know, that you got around your eyes, the water around your pupil, that was clouding. So it's like, oh, better phone Otty up. So he come out and he went, yeah, it's got hay fever. He said, when I go back to the surgery, I've got nothing on me, but when I get to the surgery, I'll put you some antihistamines out. So I think it was like a bottle of 500. Bottle of 500 tablets.
Yeah.
And a bottle of 500 tablets was something like 10 quid. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So we give him to this bloody horse. And I just kept phoning up for a repeat prescription, and they just put it out for me, and you just collect it like out of the box. You know?
Yeah.
The girl that was working in the stable, she was taking it.
Yeah.
Taking it because it saved her a fortune going to Asda.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, a pill would be like a penny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was for horses, it was like dirt cheap, whereas normally you got the horse tax. Yeah. Normally you get the horse tax, the dog tax, the cat tax.
Yeah.
But because it was horses, you know, our vets was brilliant because it was for the horses. It was dirt cheap.
That's good. Yeah, quality was probably good too.
Aye.
The quality was probably very good too.
Yeah. Yeah, ivermectin.
Yeah, if you can't get that, quercetin and zinc and NAC work really well.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you haven't taken any experimental medications, those are good for you anyway. Cleansing out the cells and stuff.
Well, I don't know. I don't know when it was, but I remember at school everybody was given a wormer. A worming tablet. Everybody was given a worming tablet. Yeah. One dose.
Yeah.
Never ever given again. Now, we know in pork, we know that there's worms, there's all kind of little bugs in pork, the same as chicken. Yeah, if it ain't cooked properly, you know. Yeah, that's the man-made version of ivermectin. Ivermectin, they found it in the tree roots, didn't they? Or the root of a plant.
I thought it was from dirt.
Yeah, dirt or plant. Yeah, they found it something there. Was it India? Was it? Was it India? Was it? I can't remember.
I don't know. Can't remember.
I remember it was something to do with ships, sailors back in the day. It wasn't the scurvy one, because the scurvy one was vitamin C, wasn't it? But there's 3 or 4 different wormers, November Man. Fraud says you use different wormers throughout the season. Because you've got red worm, pinworm, stronger eyes. Do you want to see what this guy did over the weekend? Building his God's eye. It's also DARPA Waymo. Yeah. Yeah, Nobel Peace Prize, and it's off-label. That's why they won't prescribe it, because it's off-label. They can't earn any money off of it. Anybody can make it. It's off patent. I was watching a video earlier of a load of bombers and a load of planes, American planes, a load that they were going to develop instead of what they've got now. And they patented a load of designs. Well, they're actually out of patent now. So anybody that had the money, they could just stop making one and then submit the patents. They were mad type of fighter jets and all kinds of stuff they were. Cargo planes. Cargo planes for fighter jets. Where they could re-ammo them and refuel them in flight. But in the back of an aircraft. Mad. And then planes that will drop a shed load of drones. Even down to a nuclear plane. A nuclear powered plane. We had some crazy wingspan on it.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. Yeah, like a really high altitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll show you what this guy produced there. This God's Eye project that he's going to do it as an app in April. I think it's going to be April.
Okay.
So I shared a video URL.
All right, so a week ago, I built Worldview. Basically, my personal geospatial command center with live open source
You
intelligence.
on YouTube, Odyssey, or X?
Hey?
Is he on YouTube, Odyssey, or X?
YouTube.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'll drop the link in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you grab the link for the video, then it'll take you to his YouTube channel. He's on Rumble as well, I think.
Got it. Okay.
Amazing guy.
Browser. It was just a prototype, a fun weekend project, but the internet kind of went crazy over it.
It's like being shared by all these people. Oh yeah, if I've coded Palantir, like.
Then Saturday morning, the Iran strikes happen, and I'm sitting there watching the news, and I suddenly realize, holy crap, I'm sitting on the perfect infrastructure to actually monitor this situation. So while this was happening, I set loose an AI agent swarm to basically capture every open source signal that I could find before the cache is clear. And what I got back is a full 4D reconstruction of Operation Epic Fury. From the satellites flying over to the first strike to ships and planes getting.
So,
nice.
you know, when you hear him talking about it, so do these satellites exist then? You know, I know Virgin, what's he called, Branson. I mean, what was it, last year or the year before?
Mm-hmm.
You know, he tried to put shoebox satellites, basically the size of a shoebox satellite up, and he used his Virgin plane that goes into like low orbit.
Yeah.
But they failed to initiate. So they spent millions of pounds going up there, and then however they jettisoned them, but they failed to set themselves up. So, I mean, it's like I've got Elon's, you know, and it shows you satellite positions.
Yeah.
On the app.
Yeah, Starlink. Yeah.
Yeah. So, are there real satellites?
I think so.
Are they what they
Unless
are? They
balloons move that fast in the upper atmosphere?
Eh?
Unless balloons move that fast in the upper atmosphere.
Yeah.
Something's up there moving fast.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you can see them in low orbit.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the string of them.
Yeah.
Rerouted to the retaliatory response. It's all captured and replayable on a 3D globe. And I'm going to break it down for you minute by minute what actually happened and show you some intel you're not going to see anywhere else, unless you have a security clearance. Let's get into it. All right, welcome to Worldview. We're now in playback mode, and on the bottom, you'll see we have the entire timeline of Operation Epic Fury, the entire strike on Iran and the response therein. I've got all sorts of data in here. We've got the satellites that are flying over orbit. We've got the commercial flights. We've got military flights. We've got GPS jamming, which are the red tiles over here. And if you zoom really in, we've even got maritime data of like boats and ships that are moving around. So let's talk about all of it. So the first thing you'll notice is that we've got a bunch of commercial flights down here, but we're seeing a sudden spike in GPS jamming. This is all derived from ADS-B data, and you will see very quickly that starts getting pretty freaking spicy. Another really interesting view is to see what are the commercial and defense satellites that are flying over Iran right before the first strike happens. So we see the Pleiades Neo, Worldview Legion, Spot satellites, and you'll start seeing lines connect when they actually go over an area of interest. And it might be interesting for us to see what are some of these satellites. So let's look up Persona 3. Persona 3 is a class of Russian high-resolution military surveillance satellites. And what you'll find is this only escalates further. So we got Worldview, which is Maxar or Vantor, commercial satellite imagery provider. We've got Gaofen 11. Let's look that one up real quick. So Gaofen 11 and 12 are Chinese high-resolution microwave remotes.
So there's no denying that China and Russia are helping Iran.
Mm-hmm.
No denying. You know, no denying the satellite footage that China has been sharing with everybody.
Yep. Well, I'm having arguments with the kids at work about whether they can get Netanyahu. It's like, man, if he comes out in the area or out in public in that area, they can strike him. If he comes within striking range,
Yeah.
they can get him. They could target officials if they wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Not a real problem. Especially not with that surveillance.
Yeah.
Sensing satellites. There's the Worldview constellation again, Worldview Legion. There we got Gaofen 12, the Chinese satellite going over Iran. Directly over the point of interest. We got Capella and Gaofen. So Capella is a synthetic aperture radar satellite. The thing that was used to like map the stuff below the pyramids that's been going viral. And the cool thing about synthetic aperture radar is like it can see through.
The guy is he's pretty amazing, really, isn't he?
Yeah.
Clouds. So whether you have clouds or not,
it's just funny the technology they're deploying, and they think that they're going to win this. You know, it's.
Well, I mean, all this jamming here, that's all Iran doing all this jamming.
Yeah.
It's blinding everything.
Yeah. That's how they feel safe walking through the streets. Is through the jamming, because they know that they can be targeted by their biosignature or their map. Or their digital twin, or many different ways.
Yeah. He does a whole video on digital twins.
Yeah. If they wanted to take out the Israeli politicians, they could do it. If they came out in public. None of them are probably there now. None of them are probably within striking distance.
No.
Great. Pallades Neo, a really nice European satellite, another Chinese satellite. And so as we get to 0 hour here with the first strike, you'll see a lot of countries are interested in what's going down. Of course, you got the Chinese, we got the Russians, and let's take a second to look at this satellite over here. USA 234 Topaz. Wonder what that is. Oh, that's right. Cool. Very cool. All right, so we have 0 hour strike on.
What was that one?
That was the radar system.
Yeah. FIA radars, also called Topaz, are 5 US spy satellites that carry a synthetic aperture radar for imaging. This technology can see through clouds and works night and day. They are successors to Lacrosse or Onyx series of SAR satellites.
Oh, that's right. Cool. Very cool. All right, so we have 0 hour strike on the nuclear base in Iran and the Topaz military spy satellites going over. And then right after, you have a flurry of activity. The Chinese and the Americans making sure they're imaging what it is they bombed. So my guess is what's happening is the initial satellites are documenting the initial positions, and then right after events start escalating, you've got other satellites imaging what happened after the fact. So what you'll notice is other events pop up on the map. They're typically very closely aligned with satellites flying over. And there we go, Tehran's in internet blackouts. But the satellites fly over Iran just continues, especially as you see strikes in other parts of the country. And by the way, this doesn't include all the other spy satellites, because a few of them just aren't tracked, or we only have the last known position for when, open source folks are actually doing the tracking. And then, as all the strikes complete, we get a completely new suite. We have the spy satellites going over, we got the commercial satellites, all of them. And by the way, like 90% of the business of most of these commercial satellite providers is the US government. Companies like Google, Apple, and Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
Apps and things like this. So very cool. I haven't seen anyone else really correlate satellite flyovers with these type of global events, which makes a ton of sense, right? Like, what are the areas of interest that are being imaged, and what does that tell us about the various sites? So another interesting thing that you'll notice here is, like, obviously we got a bunch of commercial flights, but as GPS jamming intensifies and we get closer towards 0 hour, notice how a bunch of these flights start redirecting. They're just going straight right, like, I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. I ain't going that way. But yet there are a few brave ones that trudge on. Let's see which ones those are. Let's see, we got THY 631 and VIR 354. And okay, now we got Tehran in a freaking blackout. And you've still got a bunch of these flights that are stuck in the middle of this all. And these flights that are continuing, they're going full Leroy Jenkins. And this one is Turkish Airlines. They want to get to Turkey, which is on the other side, which kind of makes sense, right? Like there's a bunch of commercial air traffic and stuff going on over here. But yeah, imagine being on these flights as shit's going down. Oh my God, that has to be absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, all these other flights that we saw that are getting the hell out of Dodge are just happy to be out just in the nick of time before Iran is declared a no-fly zone. Now let's take a look at the various airspaces getting shut down after the first strike happens. Very quickly, you'll see that as soon as Iran's a no-fly zone, Iraq is right next to it, right? Like they're the next to go down. They're like, holy shit, get the hell out of Dodge. This is about to go crazy. And you'll see Iraq pop up over here. So their airspace is largely cleared out. And then the other Gulf countries are going to follow suit. So you'll see right as we get to about here, closes down its airspace. These are Iran's retaliatory strikes, right? So the US has air bases all over the place, right? Including in Bahrain and Qatar. And you'll see they're going to get targeted next by the Iranis. So there we go. That's the 5th Fleet. That's a military base run by the US. That got hit. You get Al Udeid that was hit as well. And with some of the air defense systems, you've got civilian bleed over, right? Like basically crap falling out of the sky in civilian zones. Okay, so as all the airspaces are all shut down and then Kuwait gets hit. Now this part of the world has some of the busiest commercial air traffic and you will see a cascading effect as these no-fly zones pop up, right? So Tehran's down at this point. As we mentioned, you had a bunch of the strikes going down. Another interesting thing to see is if we go back to the start, and now I give you a much faster time lapse, basically 15 minutes per second, you can notice how robust the commercial air traffic is between this region, right? This is one of the busiest areas in the world, and you'll see the moment at all these no-fly zones come up, this commercial traffic is going to completely thin out. So look at this, all completely gone. And what's funny is like if I zoom in and actually slow things down, you can see a bunch of planes go into this like holding formation before they figure out where the hell are they supposed to.
Remember, I showed it, didn't I? I showed the holding formation and said, what are they doing?
Yeah.
And that was off Cyprus base, wasn't it? Akatari. And we thought, well, they're refueling planes and they're just holding, waiting for the next plane to come for fuel.
Mm-hmm.
To actually go. It's kind of crazy. It's like, what do we do? What do we do? Oh my God. And then all the airspaces start shutting down. They're like, oh shit, the UAE shut down. Where do we go now? And so they like creep right below between these like no-fly zones and pop out over here. By the way, a bunch of these yellow planes are military planes. So another interesting thing to observe is after the air traffic completely clears out, what about maritime trade, right? Like this is the Gulf region. What happened is essentially the Strait of Hormuz got closed down. Essentially, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard was like, yo, this is basically closed. Get the hell out of here. There were reports of some ships being attacked. And by the way, as all these other tankers are clearing out, this is the tanker that actually got hit. Now, what's crazy is if I come out to about the zoom level and just play everything at a much faster clip, like a time lapse, if you will, being able to see the GPS jamming intensify. You've got commercial traffic that's like trying to make its way in and immediately starts getting the hell out of Dodge. You've got all the military and commercial satellites that are trying to image the area of interest that's about to get totally bombed. And then suddenly back.
Israel too.
Right?
Look at all the jamming going on in Israel too.
Yeah.
The actual OSINT data, like things happening on the ground, completely correlated on a 3D globe, seeing all the strikes pan out. Then you go down and see like the Gulf airspace completely get cleared out. And then you get to see the cascading impact of all the other countries around close their airspace. The retaliatory strikes, airspace over here getting closed down. And then of course, when we zoom in, we've got the Gulf of Hormuz over here and the closures that happen. I mean, it's kind of crazy that I'm able to put this stuff together. It's really cool to see folks who worked at Lockheed Martin and DARPA talk about this. And I mean, like, I would echo this too. Like, I spent so many years working on Google Maps, Google Earth, and a bunch of AR 3D platform stuff with so many talented engineers. And I cannot tell you how insane it is that I was able to do this over a freaking weekend just by myself. And it's interesting, right? Like when I shared my worldview project with the world last week, the response was phenomenal. But it was interesting. Like a lot of people were just saying like Palantir is cooked. And it was to the point where like the Palantir co-founder felt compelled to respond, noting his company's edge and secure large-scale defense integrations with classified data. And that's absolutely true. I mean, like some of the stuff they're doing is phenomenal. And I could only dream of the type of data that they have access to. Like, of course, I don't have the feeds from Fort Meade. And yet it's kind of insane how complete of a picture you can put together without proprietary data fusion. just by taking advantage of the open source intelligence that we all have access to. I mean, to me, this is more compelling than any journalistic coverage that I've seen of the events that are playing out, the order of operations and the cascading impact that it had across the region. I mean, it's kind of nuts. And I'm just one person doing this over the weekend. Holy crap, y'all. We are in a new era. And the response to this has kind of been crazy. Like people on the OSINT side that want this, on the journalism side that want it, folks that just want to monitor the situation on a big ass monitor, kind of like what we're doing right now. What's been particularly crazy is defense tech founders hitting me up wanting to partner, saying that the capabilities that I'm showing are like leaps and bounds in terms of visualization above systems that the Department of War is buying. Like it's this funny thing where the government has access to some of the most exquisite sensor systems on the planet, like satellites that can literally capture a license plate or your face from space. But the software itself, it sounds like, hasn't completely caught up. But for the rest of us who want to monitor something in the most immersive way possible, feeling like you got access to like a friggin' keyhole satellite or Argus IS overhead imagery system, this is the spot for you. And I'm excited to share, I'll be opening up Worldview in April. So stay tuned for that. Everyone that's been emailing me for access to help out, keep it coming. You can find my email online. And if you haven't seen my previous video about Worldview itself, you can check that out over here. Stay tuned for a lot of cool projects like this. I've got like 6 other items on the Worldview roadmap that are going to be freaking amazing. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please be sure to hit that like button, comment.
Yeah, apparently blockchain, the Bitcoin computations that you allow on your computer are for figuring out movement and background scatter radiation to figure out these signals better. So they can do better sensing.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, he was using a lot of AI coding as well.
Yeah.
He was getting AI to code it.
Yeah, you can get AI to put together different applications and present them if you know how to talk to it properly. And
yeah. You can get it to build your code all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get it to build your code for Wi-Fi hacking.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Yeah.
You know, and it'll brute force. You can get it to brute force somebody's Wi-Fi so you can get their Wi-Fi passwords. Yeah, but you can also do a lot of nefarious stuff as well by brute force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A friend of mine took AI and he put a bunch of apps together like weather, radar, and other things. Get a geo. He was working on a thing to detect, predict, what do you call them, earthquakes and stuff like that. He was getting close to like 90% accuracy with it. Good. But just using AI to put together all these different systems and applications.
Your mic's gone really bad.
Oh.
That's better. That's better.
All right. Could be a loose cord or something.
Yeah, it's all right again now.
Is that
What do you think, November Man? November Man says, "Oh shit." Yeah, this is one clever dude. This is.
Coding project last night and woke up to it trending on X.
It's like being scared all these people, oh yeah, vibe coded Palantir, like we're replacing everything. Palantir's going down. I'm like,
This is Worldview, and it's what happens when you take real-time satellite tracking, live CCTV cameras, military and commercial flight data, and fuse it all together against a 3D model of the world, skinned to look like a classified intelligence system. Grok summarized it as ex-Google PM builds spy thriller geospatial dashboard. And yeah, I built this in 3 days with an army of AI agents. And the Palantir co-founder says, I'm missing real proprietary data fusion, but let me show you what's possible right now and encourage
I put it together in 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
to do the freaking
You know, the like the COVID app in Canada, they spent I don't know how many billions of dollars on it, and then three guys got together in a weekend to prove that they could do it in a weekend for around like $20,000, $30,000.
Yeah, same as the British one.
Yeah.
I was talking about that earlier on, you know, because now they've done an app for everybody to find out where the cheapest place to buy fuel around your area is.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't know which the cheapest petrol stations in your area is, you ain't getting out enough.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't know when you're driving up the motorway, you can pull off and go to a Sainsbury's, or pull off and go to, instead of using the motorway services, which is like a stupid amount of money.
Yeah.
I mean, it never used to be so bad for me because I used to have fuel cards for the business. So I'd get bunker prices, which would be like generally cheaper than your average petrol station, but definitely a lot cheaper than motorway services. And we had them European as well, so we could use them like going all the way through Europe.
Got domain expertise. This is the time to put it to work. Let's get into it. All right, so my goal is basically to imagine what it would look like if Google Earth and Palantir have a baby. So to start things out, you've got the full globe in here. 3D tiles, which by the way, I had a chance to work on and launch at Google. Google's 3D tiles up in this joint. And the first thing you can do is switch between a bunch of different modes. Essentially, if you click through these numbers, I can switch between CRT, night vision, and FLIR. And I've got full control over here. I can change like the sensitivity. I can talk about how much pixelation there is. And by the way, it's so cool that you can do all these effects in your browser. We've got a gazillion data layers that we've hooked up to. The ability to actually like plan out your shots so that if you're doing this for content creation, you can jump between them very easily. All this stuff that I built custom to my needs.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you show FLIR and, you know, what are you showing? Yeah. You show night vision and you're just blagging military helicopters, aren't you?
I guess. I don't know where he's getting his data sets from.
Just by talking to AI systems and screenshotting things a little bit. So first things first, I can jump between all these different cities, and I had to basically figure out what all the various landmarks are. So I can jump between all the different landmarks. And what's actually cool is that when you jump to these different points of interest, I'm actually looking at OpenStreetMaps at the 3D volume of each of these points of interest. So they are perfectly centered. If you just try to do this naively with latitude and longitude, your camera may end up somewhere over here and not where you want it to be. So this way I can position the camera perfectly on what it is that I want centered in the field of view. And what's cool is I've got this for a bunch of different landmarks across the world, and I just talk to it. And so I can basically go to any city and like basically jump between Q, W, E, R, T, and like it'll take me to all these points of interest. All right, let me zoom out to show you the entirety of the Earth, to showcase all the live data layers that have been connected into this to give us a real-time operational picture of what's going on. So this is all the satellites that are in orbit right freaking now. This is real time, ladies and gentlemen. And then I've got a detection mode over here where I can do either a sparse set or a full set of detections. This is all the satellites with down to their IDs, and I can look at all of them. And the cool part is if I click on any one of these satellites, I can suddenly track them in orbit. This is NORAD 11574. And we're tracking this puppy right now. Here's another NORAD one, and you can see the orbit. And once I click on a satellite, you can see the orbit around the planet that it's in. Is it geostationary, geosynchronous, etc.? And of course, you can jump between all of the other satellites out there. So that's in space. Once we start zooming into the planet, we can also use OpenSky to load in live flight data. So give this a second to pop in. We've got 6.7K flights that have been loaded in. I'm going to turn off the tracking just to show you this is like actual live data right now. It's freaking crazy. We got all the planes on the planet tracked in real time against a 3D globe.
It's crazy the amount of planes.
Yeah.
So if I turn on detection mode over here, what's cool about this is I can also go into any of these planes and track their location in real time. Check out how cool this looks. This looks like a friggin' spy.
Oh, they are, Maximus, definitely.
Mm.
Yeah.
Look, you can make these as like real things to monitor the situation. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the world all over the place. But if you want to also, you can use this to make some very, very cool visualizations. I mean, just look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Like, why would I go try and build this in After Effects when I can do this in real time in my browser and get all the bells and whistles you want? Again, like if you want to throw some bloom on top, hey, you can throw some bloom there too. You want to sharpen the image, you can create all the filters that you want. Like the way you basically create LUTs for your video editing tools and add a bunch of post-processing effects, you can do that all inside your browser. Just tell the agent to code it for you. Now, this is really cool, but can you also look at military flights? So there's this website called ADSB that essentially uses a bunch of crowdsourced data to track all the military planes that are on the planet right now. So all the orange stuff that you see right now are military planes that typically are not tracked on these plane tracking websites. But thanks to the wonderful world of intelligence, you can see what's going on the other side.
That's all military planes, eh?
Yeah, that may or may not be legal.
One of the most beautiful things that you can do with geospatial data is filter stuff, right? So I can isolate basically all the military planes. I think it's absolutely insane that I can go over the Pentagon, zoom out, and see which military flights are happening nearby and jump into any one of them.
Oh, where is it?
See what satellites are flying above you is kind of crazy. Then you throw in the military planes. Then you throw in all the regular planes, and oh my God, you have built yourself a personal panopticon, all using open source data feeds. So that's all real-time data. I want to get back to more real-time data in a second, but just to make the media point for you all, you can also essentially get street traffic up and running. So I've got, in this case, essentially using all the OpenStreetMap road network data, I can query it and essentially spawn.
Too many tiles up the top. Couldn't work out which tile it was to get back to it.
On a particle system that...
Yeah, I was trumping. I was tracking Trump yesterday and tracking Hegseth in their planes and helicopter. Mad.
Emulates city traffic.
Eh?
That's crazy.
Yeah. You know, we knew that he was arriving at the White House.
Yeah.
In Marine One, I could track it. Mad, eh?
Yeah. Shouldn't really be able to do that, really. You would think.
No, I was tracking it.
Now, suddenly I've got tracked points across the whole frickin' London Bridge in the city of London, baby. I actually like doing just sparse labels because that way I can show you the whole frickin' city. And especially when I go into things like NVG night vision mode and thermal mode, these things look fucking spectacular. So let me ask you this, like you could totally try and make something like this in VO, but why not just code it up and screen record it? You get way more control this way. What's really cool about this is even places where Google doesn't have 3D data. So for example, Dubai doesn't like, US companies going and 3D scanning their stuff. This approach will still work. So that's the Burj Khalifa. Like this is an oblique imagery shot, right? So this is all off of satellite imagery. That's looking off nadir. That's why you got this perspective. And if I turn on street traffic over here, what you'll notice is the road network's still going to look beautiful. Let me jump back down to ground level for a second and show you real-time CCTV. Essentially what I've got going on is basically this whole panel that I created that will let me turn on CCTV cameras and pull from the live CCTV cams that we have in Austin, Texas. Now, the cool thing about this is like, this is all openly available. You can see this right now. Somebody whipping by, you got like some sort of first responder going through, and this data updates at 1 frame per minute. So it's not real time, but it's real data of what's actually going on in the city. And so when I pick one of these cameras, I can jump to it immediately and actually see it projected onto the 3D geometry. So as you can see, that's the same crosswalk over here. And we've got, as you saw, like the vehicle is just updated. So this is insane, right? Like I can jump between real time traffic feeds. Honestly, this feels like this shouldn't be legal, but it is. I'm working on an even more sophisticated calibration system where I can drop a couple points and connect this. that's going to make this near perfect and figure out all the shader stuff that I need so that it looks very, very realistic projected on. So that's crazy, y'all. Like real-time camera feeds of my city. I mean, this stuff is just available. This is like the type of stuff that I would have spent hours in After Effects doing fakery, or like going into Google Earth Studio, exporting the video out, popping it in over here and trying to do different cool things with it. Like now you can just do this. Like it's kind of insane. I've also got tags of every single earthquake, like basically seismic activity that's happening across the globe. So you can start layering this thing up, right? Like you take this, you throw the satellites on there, you throw in some of the military flights, and like suddenly you've got a pretty freaking comprehensive picture of what's going on. And I mean, there's so many other data streams that are on my roadmap to add in here. This is just what I could put together.
And all the shipping.
Now, if you're wondering,
Yeah, he's got the shipping as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which coding tool to use to make this stuff happen, all of them work. I use Gemini 3.1 and Claude 4.6 and even Codex 5.2. Actually, we're on Codex 5.3 now. The whole point being, like, these numbers are going to keep changing. What you want to do is actually get into the CLI tools. I'm going straight into terminal and telling the AI what I want. Oftentimes, I actually have OpenClaw running 3 or 4 of these terminals at once. And this way I can actually work on 2 projects at once. And I'm controlling like 4, 6, 8 different agents to get these tasks done. So for example, I had one agent building out all the shaders on top, right? The way this works is like you have some of the agents doing your style presets. Maybe you have another agent that's going and doing all the data integration to build your particle system for street traffic or military and flight data. And so look, I think sky is the limit, right? Like doing something like this in Blender would have been order of magnitude harder. Doing it directly in code in my browser, it's insane what you can do. So look, the crazy part about all of this is like, I worked on Google Maps, right? I worked on this 3D tile data set that's out in the world. And the biggest thing we'd run into is like developers would have such a steep learning curve to make all of this stuff operate. Now you can do it too. I mean, the AI isn't going to do it all for you. Like one of the issues I ran into when I was doing this panoptic view is like, it would just spawn too many particles and just like immediately crash the browser. And so basically I told it, hey, do like sequential loading. Why don't you load in all the main roads first and then get all the arterial roads? So essentially you're doing creative problem solving as you're talking to the system. Is go play with any of these coding editors. So I would implore you, if you haven't seen my videos in the past on like vibe coding for creatives, check that video out over here so you get a feel for what it actually looks like to build these things out. And if you want to see more videos like this, where we basically explore all the cool things that you can vibe code, both for creation and spatial understanding of the world, let me know in the comments below. Anyway, Bilavo signing off, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Cheers.
Good stuff.
Well, all the hype.
Yeah.
I gotta head to bed. It's bedtime for me. I want to check up what's happening. There are strikes happening, aren't there, right now?
Yeah.
Give a quick look at that.
Yeah. Bear with. Get rid of Netanyahu. Remove that.
Something showed up on my phone about strikes happening now. Could have been a while ago, but
well, what's that? Financial Times editor spoke to Trump. What's that?
I spoke yesterday on Sunday, that is, by phone to President Donald Trump. I tried him 3 or 4 times before and was a little bit surprised that he picked up this time. Nevertheless, he did. And he was keen to talk about 2 or 3 aspects of the war in Iran. He was very chatty, I mean, keen to talk. This wasn't me trying to squeeze blood out of a stone or anything. He was, as Trump often is, very conversational. And I think the underlying tone there was genuinely worried about the direction of this war. This is an appeal for help from allies who he has not exactly been complimentary about, yet he was really emphatic on the fact that they need to help get him out of this mess. Those are my words, not his.
Yeah. Right, where's military wave? Quads? What's quads got? Where's quad's gone there? Alright, go to the bottom. False flag alert. The criminal regime seeks to harm the sacred Al-Aqsa to pursue its sinister agenda. Must remain vigilant, blah, blah, blah. So it's a false flag for that. Sirens going off. Temple. Is he asleep? It looks like he's sitting there sleeping. What is this? Iranian missile over central occupied Palestine.
No, I'm not getting anything happening right now.
Nah, this was 142. 140. Must just come through there. Four Palestinian children were released. One was age 14. That was 1:30. What's this?
Watch the BLM news. They're supposed to have live feeds in Israel, but all the feeds are looking like they're down. So, good chance that they're getting struck.
US Embassy in Baghdad. Two drones, US Embassy, Baghdad. That was quick. AUSC RAM air defense system intercepted and destroyed a munition launched towards the US Embassy compound in Baghdad.
Whiz guns.
Yeah, that got it, didn't it?
Yeah. You can shoot those for about 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, before the barrel melts.
Yeah, you gotta reload it too.
Yeah.
But they're big rounds, they're huge. Well, they can. There's like 4,000 of them a minute.
حبايب لا تخافوا لا تخافوا ليمون الكبير
I think it works out to like 70 a second, and they're like half the size of your fist. You know?
If that's Baghdad, he's going to jail now. He's just put his face on camera.
I just wonder where the rest of that stuff's going to come down.
Young voters' views on Israel turn sharply, leading declines across age ranges. So green is positive, grey is neutral, or don't know, and yellow is negative. Wow.
Yeah, that's why they want to get the Greater Israel Project done quickly. They're running out of boomers to support them.
Oh, strictly. This dude is not suicidal. Maximus. A drone strike US base near Baghdad. That one. Hello, sorry, an AI photograph, doesn't it? Doesn't look real. That definitely don't look real, does it?
No. That doesn't look, yeah.
No. It's a pain in the ass when they break off and then they don't film the actual hit, isn't it?
Yeah.
God, that was loud.
Yeah.
Blew my ears out. That's just going to be loads of Israeli police footage showing the moment they attacked a police vehicle in central Gaza Strip yesterday, unaliving 8 police officers and injuring.
Police are not military targets.
No.
Neither are aid workers, but that doesn't seem to stop them either. You know.
Mm-hmm. That was Ben Jennings, 17th of 3rd, 2026, with acknowledgements. Help me, you European cowards. Some people are just mad, aren't they? $15,000 wounded in Iran. Armored vehicles ram and destroy Palestine civilian car near Sinai Hospital in Jenin City. Wow, look at it. No, they ram it with a tank.
Maybe a 5-ton.
Right, where's military wave? Warfare analysis, there you go. 103 alerts came in. So, Iranian Revenue Guard publishes the ambiguity surrounding the fate of the Zionist criminal prime minister and possibly of his death or his hand and his family's escape from the occupied territories reveals the state of crisis and instability that Zionists are experiencing. And if this child killer is still alive, we continue to pursue and kill him with force. So that's Netanyahu. That was at 5-1 this morning. Old footage of late head of Hamas political bureau leading prayer. Okay. 33-year-old girl was injured as a result of gas bombs being fired during raid on Kahilet. What's this? Taiwan saw a surge of Chinese military planes near the island, as Defense Ministry said Sunday. Again, aren't they? America's taking away their stuff.
I mentioned that earlier, that Taiwan's now under threat for sure.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had done that, but yeah, I figured that would be next because all your resources are elsewhere.
Yeah.
You're pulling everything out.
Yeah, well, remember when we were tracking the planes?
Yeah.
On the live, and I went, what the hell are they sending planes to Guam for? Well, that's where the THAAD and Patriot was.
Yeah.
And because obviously everything got destroyed in Israel, they needed it. So they went and took it.
Yep. China now sees how indefensible the Navy is from drone strikes and missile strikes.
Yeah.
Because they're keeping their freaking distance, man. So yeah, and Taiwan is that's within range for the stuff they've got easily.
Yeah.
You know, from even mainland China. So yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't go for it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, pulling all your THAAD systems. How many do they don't even have that many of them.
No, they only had one of each. I had a video of them of taking it all apart on Guam. Hey, I've got to take my t-shirt off, it's too hot.
You know, how long is it? Like, are they building more of those? Like, they don't seem that effective, but they stopped some stuff, you know.
Well, not a lot, did they?
Well,
you know, when you overpower the system,
yeah, I know.
You know, you flood the system, and you know, like in the 12-day war, they were flooding the system with dummies.
Yeah,
they were sending dummies in first, and then sending the missiles in behind the dummies.
Yep.
You know, so they was out of it. Well, I mean, Biden's moaning. Biden's been moaning. These short on munitions, and it's like, well, is that a ploy, or is it leaked information that they are genuinely short? You know,
I think it's I think it's part of the plan to get the U.S. out so Israel can go amok.
Well, I mean, America's doing all the bombing in Iran, and Israel is doing all the bombing in Beirut and south of Lebanon. So Beirut being the capital, we've got over a million displaced people, right? Now, I'm looking at all these Zionist idiots in England, right? Tutsi being one, right? You've got over 1 million displaced people, men, women, and children, right? Displaced people being targeted as well, right? Well, what are all these Zios going to be saying when they all start saying, well, you were back in Israel, you were back in America, and we want to claim asylum in your country. Yeah, so next minute we got like another 250, 300,000 coming to the UK. Canada got another 100,000 going to Canada, you know?
Yeah.
What, and all around Europe, you know, and if they make it to France, and then from France come to here, you know, what are all these Zios going to say then? Where they're all egging it on.
There's no flights out of Israel at the moment, eh?
Out of Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben Gurion's back open. We only had to fill a couple of holes up and do a bit of tarmacking.
Oh, okay.
Or concreting, whatever they use. Well, I suppose they would have used tarmac, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Or fast setting concrete, I don't know. What's flight showing me now? We'll get back to military wave in a minute. Flight tracking. If anybody wants this website,
Yeah, how is this supposed to make all the Jews go to Israel? I don't get it. If they're all
is it? They're all leaving.
Yeah.
Right, so this is the Open Sky. This is the one that Matey gave us the other day on his live. This is Open Sky. Really easy to use.
Yeah. I guess they were supposed to run over Iran in a week or something, you know?
Well, they haven't done it in 2 weeks, have they? And Iran is on wave 57, wave 58.
Yeah.
So this is the thing.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
They just brought out the that new missile. What was it? Shit, what was its name? But it wiggles all over the fucking place. It,
so this is...
Can't track it.
So this was, so there's Ottawa there. Yeah, there's Quebec.
Yeah.
So this is like on the way to Halifax. That's the United States military. So I like it because you can click on it and then it'll show you the photograph if they permit it, because some of them they won't permit.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at that. So that one's permitted. Right, that's United States of America. Right, that's the plane that Trump's using at the moment.
Nice plane.
Mm.
Is that the Qatari plane?
Possibly. That's it's a Gulfstream. No, I think the Qatari plane was bigger, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
No, it wasn't a Gulfstream. It was the same size. I think it was a Boeing. Wasn't it a Boeing the same size as Trump's? So if I just refresh this a minute.
Yeah, they gave him like a 747 or something.
Right. So now,
that size anyway.
Now what have we got? We've got total aircraft on screen. So it's 5,250 aircraft. Right. So now if I go down to, so you've got ADS, MLAT, Model S, ADS, UAT, TISB, other. Turn that filter on. So that's all their transponders. Then put all the military planes on. Filter it. Now, bosh, all the planes have disappeared. Look, all the public planes have disappeared, and now we've only got military aircraft.
Yeah.
So that's
oh no.
That's a Globemaster there.
Yeah.
That is United States military. That's the United States Trump plane again. So where's he been? So that's flying there.
You know, to Mar-a-Lago? Or somewhere close to that.
So that's left Warner Robins Air Force Base. See, XF could be on it.
Hmm.
So that's left there. Where's it going? Where is it going? That's New Brunswick. That's Quebec.
Yeah.
So it was parallel with like Montreal, Quebec at the moment.
Yeah, unless he takes a turn, it looks like he's going across the ocean.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Yeah.
And normally they turn tracking off.
Yeah, because there's nothing really past that would be of interest in Canada or the US.
Yeah.
He's past DC.
He's flying at 35,000 feet at the moment.
Yeah. Set it over to Europe.
56 degrees.
Probably gonna go give him shit for not bombing Iran.
What else we got?
All right, I gotta go. Thanks for
All right,
having me.
mate. So that's another. Yeah. Catch you later, mate. Take it easy. Won't show the Ellie Chop does. There's your big boys. That's been flying around Albuquerque. Why is it showing me two of them down there? I don't know. Oh, so that's showing me everything that's in the area, so I just click on it that way. All right. I get it now. All right, November man. Catch you in a bit. We'll just have a quick look, see what's going on. Oh, we got C-130. British plane there. What's that one? Well, that's left Akatari. Won't give me no details on the plane, but that's been flying up and down here. Ben Gurion's here somewhere, isn't it? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 planes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's the others? That's French military. What? Oh, it's there. No. Where is it? No, it's over there. It's just left Paris. That's another French one. That's left Marseille. That's left Marseille. We got an American C-130. Where'd be the C-130 then? You can see it here. I can't see its track on here. That's a French plane going over Kuwait, isn't it? That's a British plane. That's United States military. That's Turkish military. And that's French military, French military, French military. So where is that one then? That's Trumpton's plane. United States military. Where's it to? Where are you not showing me? Oh, you're over there. Black Hawk helicopter, that is. That's a Westland helicopter. That's a Westland. Augusta AW119 Cooler. Whatever one of them is. What have we got in the UK? We got France. Is that French? Yeah, that's French. Got no military flights in UK at the moment. No military flights in the UK. That's French. That's French. That's French. I can't read double Dutch. Where's this? That's the Euphrates. That's the Euphrates. That's the Nile, isn't it? Or is the Nile over there? Is that the Nile? Is there any intelligent people in the chat? That's Egypt, isn't it? That's Israel. That's Jordan. Strictly says no clue. This is the Strait of Hormuz, isn't it? No, that's Yemen. That's Yemen. Strait of Hormuz is there. It's not that. One, two, three, four, 5 planes. What's a British one? Oh, that's flying around Cyprus. Not a lot happening tonight, is there? There's 92 messages. That's 2 o'clock. National Post. Who's that? So plane-wise, military plane-wise, not a lot going on, is there? And that's Turkish. And that's Turkish. And that's United States. That's flying in. Oh, excuse me. Oh God, Donald Trump. Right before the Pakistani army, hadn't Pakistan got nuclear weapons? Trump threatened Afghanistan. Hell, man. That made me laugh and choke at the same time. If Afghanistan doesn't give Bagram airbase back to those that built it, the United States of America, bad things are going to happen. President Donald J. Trump. Max says yes. I'm not sure what yes was to. What we got here? A tanker has been reported being struck by an unknown projectile 23 nautical miles east of Fujairah, Oman. It's going mad, isn't he? Oh, so it's been struck there. 17th of March. The tanker is reportedly being struck by unknown projectile whilst at anchor. Minor structural damage, no injuries to crew, no environmental impact. Authorities are investigating. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious. So, right, let's have a look at marine. Let's have a look at the marine, see what's at anchor. So, where is it? So, you've got the island there. Where's UAE? Lima. That's high-speed craft. Fujairah, UAE, that's down there. So, that's not a boat. It's a bulk carrier. How long's that been there? See, 14 hours ago. That's a bulk carrier. Medium rich. Oh, that's an anchor. There's a bulk carrier. That's an anchor. There could be one of these. Oh, yeah, Pakistan has nukes, yeah. So has Trump got Pakistan fighting Afghanistan for his benefit? Or are they just fighting for the fun of it? I don't know. Pakistan and Afghanistan having a proxy war on behalf of, I don't know. I don't know what started their war. This UKMTO is very vague, isn't it? Why don't they tell us the name of the vehicle? Name of the vehicle? Why don't they tell us the name of the vessel? Fujairah. So yeah, it's opposite there. That's Chinese. Let's go into Dibba, wherever Dibba is. OMSA? Apex Iron. That's an oil chemical tanker. PKKHI? Karachi. That's Indian. So I wonder which one of it is. Which one's been it? You're all looking at the wrong screen. So according to you there, so there's Fujairah, UAE. This is land, this is sea. So looking at, it's got to be one of these ones. Can't see it being China because they've done a deal with China. And that's traveling at one point. That's an anchor. OMSOH. Who's OMSOH then? Oman. Oh, it could be Oman's then. Let's see Oman as an enemy. An enemy? PA. Didn't give me the details of that one. So, oh, What's this?
मैं अभी
Video 1, video 2, video 3. What's this? Right, video 1. The current Pakistani Minister of Defense, Khawaja Asif, said in video that the US uses them like toilet paper. I was just asking that question, wasn't I? During the American occupation of Afghanistan, poppy fields thrived. A video of former CIA officer John Kiriakou appears to describe US Army supervision of the poppy fields in Afghanistan. Video 3, Tucker Carlson laughing at American drug rehabilitation centers and stating that Afghanistan has a higher success rate. Video 4, tonight the Pakistani army bombed and set on fire one of the major drug addiction rehabilitation centers in Afghan capital Kabul, killing hundreds. Some of the victims during their treatment before they were killed by Pakistani army. All right, catch you later, Strictly. Have a good one. Might have played this video. No, I'm going to go to bed, I think. Remove. Yes.
अपने फोन पे जो है यूनाइटेड नेशंस में तकरीर की हुई है
I just had it on my phone. Hillary Clinton gave a speech at the United Nations.
Hillary Clinton
She explaining everything.
तो सब कुछ बयान किया हुआ है वो इस पे चलाएं इसके ऊपर
She talked about how they use Pakistan.
कि किस तरह पाकिस्तान को उन्होंने इस्तेमाल किया लैंडमार्क
Her speech was a landmark speech and how she left us here like a tissue paper.
और वो किस तरह एक टिश्यू पेपर की तरह टिश्यू पेपर तो फिर
Tissue paper is still better. She left us here like toilet paper.
भी टॉयलेट पेपर की तरह हमें छोड़ गई यहाँ पे
Now, when you're coming into Lashkar-Gah, Afghanistan, as far as the eye can see, it's just poppy. And you can see these rivers running through the province, and they're diverting water from the rivers just to cultivate the poppy. So I said, listen, we're going to drive out into the poppy fields. The military escort that I had said, absolutely not. And I said, no, we absolutely are going to drive into the poppy fields because I have questions to ask. So we get in this Jeep. Security was in one Jeep, and it was me and a driver and a State Department guy, translator in the other Jeep. We go out into the fields, we find a poppy farm. So I asked him this very naive question, and I said, why do you grow poppy when instead you could be growing things with 2 growing seasons, like tomatoes or onions or pomegranates? He was very frustrated. He goes, oh, the Americans told me in 2001, if I told them where the Arabs were, I could grow all the poppy I wanted. And I said, what Americans told you could grow poppy? As soon as I said it, the military guys were like, meeting over. And they pull me back into the Jeep. We're under threat. There was nobody out there but us. We go back to the base. So I fly back a couple of days later, and I called one of my contacts at DEA, and I said, I gotta write this paper, but I want to talk to you first because I saw some stuff that's just not right. So they've got this secret facility out in the sticks in Virginia. I drive out there, and I told them everything I had seen. And the one guy says to me, you're never going to get this paper published. And I said, why not? It's all first person. I saw it with my own eyes. He said, you don't get it. Yeah, it's 93% of the world's poppy, but it all goes to Russia and Iran, and we want them to be addicted to it. It weakens their societies.
Wow.
You want to get really red pilled? Look up Taliban drug treatment. Ask yourself, super simple question. Is the Taliban drug treatment program, you can look this up, there are videos of it online. Does it produce a higher or lower relapse rate than the American version in, say, Delray Beach, Florida? And the answer is not just yes, but hell yes, because they don't wean them off with methadone. This whole thing is a freaking lie. By the way, a lot of people get rich off that. You know who you are if you're listening. Some of them are big political donors who get rich on drug treatment programs. Disgusting. And it doesn't work. It works for some small percentage, but it doesn't work for most. That's for sure. And a lot of them die and they never lead productive, joyful lives. And the Taliban have a faith-based, I know I'm going to probably get pulled off YouTube for saying this, but it's true. I'm saying this as a Christian, not a Muslim. They have a faith-based, no-nonsense, zero intoxicant policy in their rehab, and it works, and ours doesn't.
You know, Lammy is on his pipe. What's happening? Oh no, his microphone is not a pipe. What's supposed to be happening? Video 4, isn't it, where they all get blown up or something? Drug Addiction Rehabilitation Center in Afghan capital Kabul, killing hundreds. So the army, so Pakistani army bombed and set fire addiction and rehabilitation centers. No. I'm guessing they were all in there at the time then. No. Yeah, so that was them before they got killed. No, this is US Embassy. Mm. 16/3, 2020, the Iraqi militia released drone footage of US embassy in Baghdad with the caption, "The American embassy is within our firing range." So they flew all around the American embassy. That ain't bad, is it? Wow. They're not going to talk English, are they? So, International Human Rights Foundation condemned the attack. Gaza City.
يا لتكبير الجنود يا لصيحات الأسود يا لتكبير الجنود يا لصيحات الأسود أصواتهم لا تضاهيها الرعود يا لتكبير الجنود يا لصيحات الأسود أصواتهم لا تضاهيها الرعود نستل من أجسادهم روحا تنازعها الحراب بالقنابل والقذائف نقتفي أثر السحاب نستل من أجسادهم روحا تنازعها الحراب بالقنابل والقذائف
في وجه شلالي اقسم بالله يا رب المصابه
Hey, Jimmy.
والله ما استهزئنا شبت اقسم بالله الله اكبر ولله الحمد ردا على استهداف المدنيين تهجير المواطنين.
No, what's that? Did I miss one, did I? Oh yeah, I laughed. Laugh out loud. What are you doing? I've got 5 minutes. Chippy Choppy, yeah. That was a bit pointless video, wasn't it? Doink. Yo.
Hello.
How you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, that video, yeah, is right at the beginning of the this stage of the conflict. But, you know, it's a war. There's going to be stuff going on both sides. But I think they've got in it, man. But they've made the news quite a few times, these rallies out here. They got one in Phuket. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's one of these large guns. Fucking cat just ran out in front of me.
Yeah.
I don't manage to survive that, and a ginger cat as well. Yeah, I'm going to call it Ashley. Yeah, they've been making the headlines out here. One of them went past the shop and he tried to get the Thai owner to take the Palestinian flag down. When he refused, he turned on him, and then you go and see the video of him chasing him away, saying, "Free Palestine, free Palestine." Well, fucking hell, that's a little bit excessive, but you didn't see the bit beforehand where he was...
Is that matey with the white trousers on and the white t-shirt on, and he kicks him? Matey goes down, and then the guy that kicked him, as he kicked him, he kicked his leg from underneath himself. He went down as well.
I saw that one as well, yeah.
Yeah, then he got up, and then he was battering matey. But all the Israelis all got arrested. Wow, man. What's with the military police and their vehicles, and they got to climb in backwards and sit inside a little metal box?
Where was that?
In Thailand.
Yeah, it happens all the time. And Israelis are not... You can't get on with them. They're unget-onable. Most of them. 95% of them.
Yeah, they put him in a little box. Hang on, it's
like a little box meat wagon.
Yeah.
I one in myself.
But he had to go in backwards.
I don't know. They've sized everything differently. There is not one certain thing that they do. They've all got their own style. You can never predict what a Thai's going to do. It's very random. Oh, very random people. I'll turn my camera up to show the back on the button. Yeah, they're doing nuisance. Israelis. Probably nuisance. Don't get me wrong, I don't like the other lot either, but they seem to be eager to talk to the other lot. You take away their religion or where they're from and you sit them both in a room, you're more likely to get on with the people on the other side than that side. Makes any sense.
There he is. Look, on the camera, look.
A polícia militar acaba de prender aqui israelense que estava tumultuando na manifestação pró-Palestina. O israelense aqui agora acaba de ser preso em Itacaré.
Well, it said Thailand.
O israelense acaba de ser preso aqui na Pituma, em Itacaré. Estava cadernando na manifestação pró-Palestina. Polícia Militar de Itacaré aqui atuando forte na manifestação. O tumulto aqui tá grande, né? Na Pituma. Os ânimos estão alterados aqui. A polícia Militar acaba de prender aqui israelense que estava tumultuando na manifestação pró-Palestina.
Yeah, there's another plate there. Yeah, they got little like what they call them, like pickup trucks.
Yeah, telephone number starts with a 1.
No, that's not Thailand. Oh, the number starts with a 0 plus 66.
The number plates
Yeah,
blew up the top. See the
No,
number
that's
plate?
not Thai. That's not Thai. 100%. That's Philippines, by the looks of it. Even that old Bali, Indonesia, I know there's got to be gun over there as well. That's one like the Philippines, huh? Could be Bali.
Nah, it's Brazil.
Brazil.
Free Israeli. Oh, hang on, let's translate it. The police in Itaquá, Bahia, Brazil, detained 3 Israeli tourists who attacked residents who were holding a demonstration in support of Palestine. Now they're investigating whether the detainees have an arrest warrant for participating in the genocide in Gaza, in the case of being handled by the ICJ.
You know. I'd have a case for the. I thought only the politicians could be done for that.
No, troops can as well.
Oh, so they get orders to go in there and they get prosecuted around the world for them.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. Who gives out the warrants? It must be a country outside Israel.
Yeah, anybody outside Israel, if they arrest any IDF or any, they can force planes down as well in their airspace. And if there's any Israelis on there that committed war crimes, because obviously the ICJ's got different battalions and a list of battalions and a list of people who serve in that battalion. And if that battalion's under a arrest warrant, then they'll charge them.
Well, they did a whole battalion.
No, these 3 here that they've just taken. These 3 here obviously know each other. Banged up abroad. While you're having,
Brazil is probably don't want to get banged up.
Yeah. Sure, in Brazil.
What's going on in Ukraine? Because they're still going on. Because they gave out, they armed up the Azov, didn't they? The Ukrainians gave them seats of power, and they made like Nazis look like lefties. These people, proper hardcore, headbanging right-wing nationalists. I don't want anyone in the Ukraine that ain't blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yeah.
It's on the internet, Azov, AZOV.
Yeah, Azov, yeah.
And they've aligned themselves with them. I don't understand how that gets underlooked. People are supporting the Ukraine, we lefties. That's like getting Combat 18 and using them to, come down on security in the UK.
Oh my God. This is Pakistan, this says.
Muslim country.
Tolerance of depression, the journey of being raped.
Oh, I just can't do it. I can't do it no more.
Yeah.
I can't watch it.
Go back to good old fashioned genocide.
I can't do it.
Go.
Where are we to, Jimmy?
Wing, the main road.
No.
Obviously, got an appointment. Getting penis reductions. Getting complaints. I'm down.
You're going for a prostate massage, really, aren't you?
I don't know. Should get it checked out by a lady. Paid $2.5 for it. And then finish me off. Good.
All right.
Well,
4:04.
I was going to say I'm going to blow, but that's probably an inappropriate word.
Yeah, I'm off skis as well. 4:04 in the morning. All right, mate, you take it easy.
Yep, take it easy.
Speak to you later. No, people. Massive fire breaks out in industrial area following, I don't know what that says after that. Something's happened. That's in Qatar. What's happened in Qatar? Iran has bombed Qatar. Firefighters are working to control the flames at multiple sites. The Iranian military warns the Americans and sets a condition: if the US attacks Kark Island and its oil facilities, Iran will strike all oil and gas facilities in the state responsible for the attacks. Seems fair enough, I suppose. The country's going to allow them to send bombs from their country. It's only right to defend, isn't it? Mind you, there's a hell of a lot of civilians gone to Kark Island today. But I digress. Sound of explosions rocked Dubai. It's all going off now. Well, I'm going to bed and it's all kicking off. So wait and find out what happens tomorrow. Anyway, people, I shall catch you all later.
The powers that be control information. Information is power. Truth only survives together. They don't want this shared, so share it. Like, subscribe, and leave a comment.
Thank you.